I'm going to read a beginning overview, and I'm also going to share it. This will be in the story sections where I'll add other things. Alright. In distant Isger has an astounding deed been accomplished. A new faction of Iomedean knights called the Glorious Reclamation have defeated the Hell Knight Order of the God Claw and recovered a powerful artifact. Bolstered by these events, the Glorious Reclamation has spread word calling for other believers to rise up against Asmodeus and House Thrune. The notable actions of these knights have also forced Thrune's hand, and martial law has been declared in Cheliax's major cities, one of which is Kintargo and where our story takes place. 2 weeks ago, a member of House Thrune has stepped foot within the Silver City, Barzillai Thrune. Ever since his arrival, he has enforced martial law. 4 days after his arrival, Lord Mayor Gilia Banelis was nowhere to be seen save for rumors saying she was seen abandoning Kintargo on a ship bound to Arcadia. This has only given Thrune's appointment to interim Lord Mayor even more legitimacy. 7 nights ago, 3 buildings were burned down by unknown arsonists. Those 3 buildings were the Thrashing Badger Tavern, a music store called the Silver Star, and the estate of a noble family by the name of Victocora. Even though it's only been a week since the event, now known as the Night of Ashes, the city already feels like a different place. Thrune's first 7 proclamations have given the citizens a grim preview of the time to come. Which takes us to the protest, the day of the protest. Now, I want you guys to describe your character's appearance today on the day of the protest.
Okay. I'm wearing silks, flowing silks of a beautiful
Okay.
green, and I guess like a forest green, quite lovely, shimmering color. Glistens in the sun.
How about the others?
Caleb is just he looks like a farmer boy, except that rather than just
Uh,
having his normal peasant shirt on, he has some armor that he doesn't seem to be wearing very well, but he does have armor on, and by his side or in his hand he has a long scythe.
Okay.
Kane is wearing a little bit of armor. He has a bow on his back, but he's in like a traveler's cloak with the hood pulled up, and basically he's just trying not to draw too much attention to himself.
All right.
Leon is wearing pretty much what you see in his picture. He has like sort of a green-esque cloak, a red beret, a cigarette, and underneath his cloak he has some light leather armor and a worker's light leather smock stained with various types of fluids.
All right.
Amon's wearing kind of like uh, kind of a fairly nice outfit. Like he's got kind of like it's well kept and clean and kind of like what's someone that's working kind of in a like a clerical kind of job would wear.
Mm-hmm.
And
All
yeah, he's
right.
kind of hanging out near the perimeter, like trying not to get directly into the center of the crowd.
Okay, well, the crowd is fairly large. There are dozens upon dozens of dissatisfied citizens that have gathered here today.
I'm definitely making efforts to be noticed.
Oh yes. You're a you're a man that is you want someone can't help but look at you.
Ah, yes.
And you get eyes from people who are both admiring uh your rebellious audacity and some eyes who are uh like squinting at you in disdain.
I heed them no attention.
Either of them,
Well, maybe the ones that like me.
because you could play like the mango and say that you want the mango but you can't have the mango.
So let's see. Silk isn't prohibited, but is like this silk stuff like embroidered, finely
It's
embroidered.
particularly embroidery,
Okay.
but nonetheless, the clothing still makes a statement.
Sure.
So even with all the number of people here, um, the doors to the Opera House remain tightly closed, and there has been no sign yet of Barzillai Thrun to acknowledge the protest. However, judging by the growing sound of the protesters, he surely can't ignore the scene on the streets much longer.
Hmm.
So the growing crowd consists of, I would say, 5 different kinds of factions here. There are the majority, which is the Cantargo partisans, citizens who just despise Cheliax's tightening grip on their city. You have, and they're mostly calling for uh, liberation of Cantargo, for particularly Thrun to get out of here, and so that they can have or find uh, their missing mayor. There are a group of economic conservatives who are arguing against the new taxes and business policies that are squeezing their businesses. There are the advocates of democracy, who their biggest complaint is that Thrun is basically usurping the position of Lord Mayor here without any kind of election being run. Then there's a smaller group of people here who are kind of like, and these are probably the ones that look at the man known as Freedom and probably Caleb a bit. The the ones that we're going to call the anarchists. These are people who are yelling a lot of angry things.
They don't like my farmer clothes in the city.
No, they're just saying that it's not necessarily that. It's that they're kind of like they're like, why don't you swing that thing at the Tari? Like
Oh, okay.
they're trying to incite violence.
It's just a walking stick. Whenever they say things to me, and I'm using it as a walking stick. I mean, obviously it has a pointy head, but I'm not like threatening
Okay.
anyone with it.
Walking or no, putting a crooked politician's head on a stick still sends the message we want.
Well, I am here for a reason. I don't disagree with you.
And they just yell, down with the government, down with the government.
I scurry along. I don't want to be around them too much.
And then there are the Chelish loyalists, the people who are kind of like on the sides, but occasionally like get into the groups of protesters to uh, defend the to defend House Thrune, arguing that Kintargo has long been a lawless land, and they are kind of the things that they have given us are too good for all of you. Now, during the protest, I'm going to uh, I'm going to basically give you guys. I'm going to roll your initiatives because you're going to have opportunities to take actions during the protest. I'm just going to go down the line here. So some things that you can do are listen for rumors. You can try and take advantage of the crowds and pilfer things. You can attempt to rabble rouse. You can search for someone in particular or watch the crowd. You can try to silence any undesirable elements. And yeah, that's it. So yeah, watching the crowd and searching for people, silencing undesirable elements, rabble rousing, listening for rumors, and pilfering are things that you can do during the protest.
Okay. So roll initiative, you said? Or you said
Hey,
you
I'm
were
just going to roll them for you.
Okay.
Just so that we have a turn order here. So I can go down the list.
Hey, I rolled my 3. Gosh darn it. I don't want
Okay, yeah,
your
so it looks like Caleb's
15
down at
in
the bottom.
here.
Alright, so Kane, what do you do during the protest?
Give me a sec.
And you'll
He's
have more
looking for.
opportunities to do these. We're just going to say that this is like the first hour of the protest, and there'll be a few hours.
He's gonna look. He's gonna look for the contact that he's trying to find. Maybe search the crowd.
Yes. So you were given an anonymous letter. An anonymous letter saying, well, an anonymous letter asking you to meet someone here at the protest because they, like you, want to save this city from Cheliax. And do you know the features of the contact that you're looking for?
I do not.
Your message told you to look for someone who is going to be wearing one black glove on one hand and no glove on the other hand.
All right. He will try to spot someone with that description.
Okay, go ahead and give me
He'll
a...
be like walking. He'll be walking around the perimeter at the beginning, like seeing if they're like out on the perimeter first.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception. A 21 is pretty good. So you look very hard, but you don't yet see someone who has who has the one black glove yet. What you do see, though,
Okay.
or that you pick up on an unusual subcurrent within the crowd's movements. You feel like there's an organizing force among the people that's still kind of like being very subtle.
Okay. He will as he's walking around, he like kind of puts his hand. He has a sap since he used to be part of the
Mm-hmm.
like town guard. He has a sap on his hip, and he'll like kind of rest his hand there.
Okay. Freedom, what do you do during the first hour of the protest?
Okay, I can't remember all the options. I don't want to rabble rouse. Uh,
Your options are listening for rumors,
okay.
pilfering, rabble rousing, watching the crowd or searching for a contact, and silencing undesirable elements.
Mm, I'm gonna listen for rumors.
Okay. Give me a diplomacy.
16?
That's very good. Now roll me a 1d10.
Ooh. 5.
Okay. So as you like kind of go through the crowd, whether you're trying to mingle or like more keeping to yourself, but still being like open in the eyes of the public, you do hear a rumor, or someone probably just like talks to you because they feel comfortable around you,
Yeah.
and they sympathize with probably the reason why you're here. Um, Someone tells you, shame they closed down the opera house. I was really looking forward to seeing Shensen in the role of Aola in Huntress of Heroes. Of course, they say she's gone missing too. Wouldn't surprise me if she got herself thrown in some Thrune oubliette, the way she's gone on about the government.
Is that some actress? The name
Oh
he's bringing up?
yes, you haven't heard of Shensen?
No, I have not. I'm new here.
They tell you that Shensen has been a bit of an outspoken diva against the diabolism of House Thrune, and she's performed at the Opera House many times.
Sounds like somebody I'd like to meet.
They say that as lovely and beautiful as she is, nothing shines more about her than her love for her city. And again, they end it with, "I hope she's all right."
Me too.
Okay, thank you.
What was her
Amon,
name? Can you put
what
that
do
in
you
chat
do?
so I can?
Oh, yes.
Um, I am also going to gather information, asking around, like asking some of my, like I imagine I heard about this from like some of the people that had like the tax concerns because maybe that's part of like an extra thing I do sometimes as well is helping with that. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm gonna got like ask around for rumors as well.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a diplomacy.
A 20.
Roll me a 1d10.
Okay.
A 4. Okay. So, as you kind of like skirt the edges of the protest, you eavesdrop and you hear some people talking with each other. I've been hearing strange noises around the old livery again. I hope Barzilai gets the government together enough to tear that old eyesore down. And it seems like it's one of the cellist loyalists.
Do I know what they're talking about? Like about this livery?
You do. It's a place called the Fair Fortune Livery. Used to be where they would butcher animals and stuff like that for market, but it's been run down and closed, and no one's used it in a while.
Okay.
But yeah, these people here claim to be hearing strange noises around it.
Could be something, but it also could just be. I mean, you hear that about any abandoned building.
Indeed.
All right. Well, if they're there as cellist loyalists, I'm probably gonna not go interact with them though. I'll just take note of what they say, move on.
Okay. And yeah, for you guys who are relatively new to Fantasy Grounds, on the right near the top there's a little feather quill with notes. You can click that and you can create notes. And you can take notes and stuff, and Fantasy Grounds will save them, and you can make them private or public.
There's
Sweet.
also a notes tab on your character sheet.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, I've been kind of writing them on my notepad. What I was gonna do is just transfer whatever I write on my notepad into there.
That works. Caleb, what do you do during the first hour of the protest?
I will be looking around for Octavio.
Oh, searching.
Yes. I was
Okay.
told to find him by my father.
Give me a perception.
+2 from the protest trait thing.
Oh, protest
reason to
trait?
protest.
Okay. You're looking around for the lictor of the Order of the Torrent. And you really were hoping that such an important figure in Kintargo would be here to say something or at least just observe things, but you don't see him, or at least you don't see him yet.
Okay, I'll keep looking. My eyes are peeled. I'm moving through the crowds.
You do see something though, as you look around.
Is it freedom?
Among freedom.
Oh, okay. What else?
You see someone. You see someone picking the pockets of other people.
Oh. What do they look like?
Do you call out? They look young.
Oh, like
They look young,
like.
and they look like a street urchin.
And are they picking the pockets of like rich-looking people?
Yeah, it kind of seems like they're going for anybody who's busy with the protests and talking and not keeping an eye on their pockets.
Okay, then yeah, I'll call it out because that's unlawful. Say, hey, you kid, get your hand out of that person's pocket, and I'll move over, like run over to try and stop him. I don't
Okay.
expect to catch him. He's a kid in a crowd, but
They see you and they start running, and as soon as you call out like for them, people start to take notice, and suddenly there's like a part of the crowd that's gotten real agitated. And some of them are yelling like, "Hey, catch him! Catch the thief! Arrest him!" And do you I'm not gonna have you roll, but do you pursue him or do you let him go?
I'll pursue him. I'll pursue him.
Okay.
He's being unlawful.
They are not as athletic as you are.
Oh, okay, cool.
You grab them,
Okay.
and
And
they seem
I want to
unrepentant
threaten
about
him to scare
taking
him.
the stuff.
Say, you better give back what you stole, or else I'm going to the guards, and I'll try and intimidate him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an intimidate.
Because I have 11 mod at level 1.
Okay. You do
63
strike the
in
fear
real life.
of the law into him.
I tell him to, I tell him give me everything he stole, and I'll give it over to the guards to hand to people who claim they lost things, I guess, or something like that.
All right. You do. And it works on them. They are more afraid of you and the threat of the law than anything else. So they begrudgingly give you a sack with which they've been keeping pilfered coins, and they groan for you to just forget about this then, and you'll never see me again.
Before he goes, before I let him go, I'll say, hey, if you ever need some honest work, there's always farmers like me that could use a young lad like you to work in the fields. Honest day's work for an honest pay.
You're offering the thief a job.
No, not me specifically. I'm just saying farmers in general could use
He's
the
basically
help.
saying, "Get a job, bum."
Get a job, Mom.
Exactly, but in a nicer way.
Get a job.
And
vagrant.
then I'll let him go, because I mean he's just a kid. I don't think he deserves the wrath of the guards, but he did deserve to be taught a lesson.
They don't look at you gratefully as you let them go and offer them like an alternative to stealing, but they do seem at least a little bit grateful about you letting them go.
Okay. And then I'll instead of only looking for Octavio, I'll also keep an eye out for some like. I mean, I trust the town guards, right? Or no,
Well, the guards are the Dotari, and they
yeah,
serve through.
maybe I'll look for anyone I know. No, actually, I don't know anyone. I'll just keep looking for Octavio. I'll give this stuff to him if I find him.
Well, I was gonna say, what do you do with the money?
I want to look for Octavio and hold. I mean, I don't think I can give it like. Who's to say that like what people should
Well, there's
actually
like
get it back?
there are some
I mean,
people
there's
who
an
are
area
like,
of the crowd.
yeah,
Okay,
but there
I'll
are
go
some
back. I'll
people
go
who
back to
are
that
coming
area.
back and like saying like, what happened to the thief? Did they catch him? He pinched my savings.
Yeah, I'll go back to that area. First of all, why are you carrying your savings around with you? But second of all, I'll go back to that area. And anyone that I know I saw get money taken away, I'll definitely give them what they say is their money back as long as it seems reasonable.
Okay.
And then
You
after
do.
that, I don't know. Yeah, I'll just let whoever says that they got stuff stolen from them. If they come up to me at that point, like I'm not gonna go asking people. If they come up to me and say, "Hey, I lost this," then I'll give that to them.
Okay. Go ahead and
I'll
roll
keep whatever is
2d20.
not taken. That seems fair. And they have to tell me what they lost, right? And then if I have it, I can give it to them.
Well, that's pretty
If
good.
I don't, then oh, I lost like a ruby worth of 500 gold. Like, well, I don't have one of those, so you didn't lose it here.
So, as you give back the money that was stolen,
Mhm.
this is either bits of money that people are giving back to you, or anything that was unclaimed. But you get 33 gold pieces, worth of reward, basically, for returning
Oh, wow.
all of the stolen money.
Yeah, that's a good comment, Pluto. But yeah, 33 gold. Cool. I'll hold on to that.
Okay, that
Good
brings us
deeds do
down
pay.
to Leon. Mr. Incendiaire, what are you doing during the first hour of the protest?
Let's see. So the choices were rabble rousing, picking pockets, and some other
You
options.
should pick pockets now.
Listen for rumors, pilfering, rabble rousing, searching for someone or watching the crowd, and silencing undesirable elements.
Okay. He's definitely in the rabble rousing and picking pockets camp. If it looks like somebody just recently got pinched for picking pockets, he's probably not going to want to try to do that.
Yeah, you
since,
might get busted by
they're on the
Caleb.
alert. Yeah. So he is going to attempt to rabble rouse, try to motivate, those who seem that they're more content to sit on the sidelines to try and get them invested in the cause.
Okay, you can make me either diplomacy or a perform check.
Neither of which are very good, but I will attempt. Yeah, I don't have any perform, so I'll just try a diplomacy. And I'll
Hey, a
say,
natural's funny.
all right, this little gnome, he takes out his cigarette and he starts speaking like, Franz, countryman, you must aid Cantargo, your city, she weeps for you. You must cry for her. You must take up arms. Fight! Do not lay down. Do not be content to be in the gutter like trash. You are worth something. The city is worth something. Freedom is worth something.
Alright, and there's a resounding applause of yeah! And some of them even start to like bring you like a soapbox that you can stand on. And they might stack a
Now
soapbox
I'm
on top of the
medium.
soapbox.
Yeah. So
There we
But yeah,
go.
the rest of you guys see you're a gnome, right?
Correct.
You guys see a gnome that's like rousing the spirits of many of the protesters, and he's getting like a group that's like around him.
I approve.
I
For
don't
now.
really care. I continue
Kane-
looking.
Kane looks at his hands.
At his hands, unfortunately, he does not have one single black glove.
Then he just moves on.
Wah,
If you
wah.
did, it would just be a style choice.
yeah, it was would have been an interesting time to randomly decide to play a Michael Jackson impersonator.
No,
I'm not even
it's
looking
just
for it.
his
It just
smoking
happened
hand.
to be. Yeah.
Okay. Now we'll go back up to the top. For the second hour of protest, Kane, what do you do?
He continues looking around.
Still looking right? Alright, perception.
Yeah, still looking. That's a bad roll.
Oof, yeah. You're having trouble trying to find him. And this time now the crowd's a little bit harder to read too, now that there's the gnome like with a large portion of the crowd.
Yeah, I got distracted a little bit.
Yeah. You do note though that like from what you saw before, you don't think that has changed too much. You are
Yeah,
still
the-
getting this weird vibe from some of them.
It might be that like his like little ting of like guard sense like knows that this could turn bad really quick.
Yeah. All right, Freedom. What do you do on the second during the second hour of the protest?
I like rumors. I'm gonna keep going with the rumors. I wanna
Okay.
know things.
Give me a diplomacy. Okay. Go ahead and roll me a 1d10. Oh, we already got a. We already got the 4. Sorry, roll it again. Okay, I'm just gonna take one less than 4.
Okay.
Okay. You listen to some people, and you get this. You get this from them. I hear the Datari guards are so full of prisoners now they're keeping those they arrest in warehouses. My cousin even said they're putting prisoners to work in places like Salix's salt works.
Ooh, that's not good.
We're this close to all of these free people working under the iron boot of the throne.
This must be stopped immediately.
They say, "Yeah, here, here." What the pretty man said.
I like do a little like hair flip.
And without like them realizing it, they start chanting. They start chanting like "Freedom for the people! Freedom for the people!"
Yes, I like to hear my name.
And they're like, "What?"
Nothing.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I just imagine that's his stage name.
It might be.
Who knows?
Amon, what do you do for the second hour of the protest?
I'm also going to look for rumors. So I'm here. Actually,
Alright.
I had the protest trait or whatever they call them for +2 diplomacy. So I'm actually gonna put that in this time
Oh, good.
during the protest. Hey, I rolled the same as last time.
Nice. Roll a 1d10. Alright, an 8. That's something we haven't gotten yet. So, this is actually fairly appropriate for you being on like the outskirts of the protest. You hear like one of these, not quite like a doomsayer, but it's someone else who's like kind of like staying away from the others, but like still like whenever someone gets close, like they start to like waggle their fingers at them and they say, "Hey, you! Yeah, you! Take care traveling alone at night in Red Roof or Temple Hill. The gangs there are getting restless, and they say the Red Jill's boss has gone some sort of crazy! Crazy!"
Crazy!
Okay. I'll ask him like, have you found anything or know anybody that's been attacked by them?
Okay. So they tell you that, "Oh no, you didn't hear that from me. There's a bunch of thugs, but you never know who they turn their lot in with. They're not really rebels. I think they're agents of Thrune."
Hmm.
Oops. Well, in case you guys didn't know, you can actually click and drag any text bubbles into your notes. So you don't have to type it again, you can just drag it into your notes.
Oh, good.
Alright, well, I'll say, well, I don't even know who you are, so yes, I definitely didn't hear it from you.
And they
But
they
I'll-
just like if you like end the conversation and start walking away, they wave their hand at you one more time. You say, "You watch your back, otherwise you'll be the one that's turning red."
I tell them, I'll be careful. And then I just move away.
All right, and then they go to harass someone else. They might actually look like they kind of gotten roughed up or beat up, maybe a little bruisey.
Okay.
You can whisper the GM by typing, I believe it's forward slash. Is it forward slash W space GM?
Yeah, or you can
Yeah.
type out whisper GM or whisper blah blah. The character's name. I don't think you have to spell out whisper though.
Yeah.
Hey GM,
But
don't
yeah, if you
tell any
just
other
type in
players.
slash and hit enter, you'll see all the commands that you can do.
There you go. Yeah.
Congrats.
And if it somehow shows up in chat, I'll just clear the chat. All right. Good, Amon. Caleb, what do you do during the second hour of the protest?
I am going to continue looking for Octavio and also any other street urchins or anyone else picking pockets. I
Okay,
agree
go
that
ahead
we can
and,
have a lawful protest, but it's no reason to steal.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
All right, go ahead and give me
that's a
You can do either
24.
perception. Yeah, give me a perception.
There,
Okay,
24 with
so
the +2.
24. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So you're looking, and you see someone in the crowd that is wearing like a hood and cloak over their feet, over their face and stuff like that, and obscuring a lot of their features. But you feel like you know like the chiseled like chin and like bottom half
It's a
of like
face
this
I
man's face. He
have
might be
seen before.
Octavio.
Okay, I'll head over to him. Very
You walk over to them,
inconspicuously.
but as you do, um, you are distracted as you see that there's like another group of people who aren't like tightly together, but they're like slightly dispersed around this area that you overhear them talking about you overhear them talking about provoking the Lord Mayor as soon as he shows himself.
That's fine. I don't care. I want to go see Octavio.
Okay. You walk over, but by that time he's gone.
Damn, I'll keep looking. Remember, my father's missing. That's the main thing on
Oh,
my
I know.
mind here. I don't care about the protest. Okay, that's why I'm doing this.
Okay. Leon, what do you do during the second hour of the protest?
Let's see. So are the same options that were there before available to me?
Yes.
All
And you
right,
can even
so
do the same one you did before.
that's true. Well, it seems like I've gotten them riled up a little bit, but knowing what I know about the Dotari, I think now that people seem motivated. I don't want to make myself a target, so if it's possible to slip back into the crowd and maybe just keep an eye on how things are going on, like keeping an eye out for uh, maybe those anarchists, since it seemed like they were trying to incite some sort of violence.
So would you like to try and silence that group?
Maybe not silence, but maybe give them some constructive advice.
Go ahead and do a bluff or intimidate check.
All right, I'll roll bluff. I'll stride up to them and say, "Pardon-moi, mon ami, but you seem to be very agitated, no? You are talking about violence? This is supposed to be a peaceful protest. Why don't you join me? Use your mind instead of your fists to bring about this freedom that you so desire. It could be very beneficial."
Did you say feast?
No, no, no. No fists. Fists. And I put up my little bony fists as a demonstration.
They say, what are you gonna do with those?
I will make things, my friends. Things that could cause quite an impact, no? You could write some propaganda, inform the populace, or I guess you could say is counter propaganda.
One of them says, yeah, I've got a lot of angry things I want to tell them. My hand's been itching to write a very inflammatory note.
Ah, a conflagration. That sounds good. You have fire in your soul, a spark. Let the quill be the fan that lets you spark your flame. Set this city afire with your mind.
And you basically start to distract the anarchists enough that it seems like they're leaning less towards physical violence and more towards this other constructive form of speaking out against the government and voicing their frustrations.
I am teaching them how to be intellectual advocates for the cause. How to use art instead of anger. But that's me.
One of them starts talking about how we need to write a book about how to dismantle the government. Yeah, like something like a list of rules or directions, like a cookbook.
My friends, you are speaking to the right gnome. I'm very handy when it comes to these things, no? We will make a manifesto, spread it among the people.
Alright, good job.
I will be your chef.
Anarchist cookbook?
Maybe. That's what they might be talking about. Alright, the third hour of the protest. Kane, what do you do?
What were the options again?
Listen for rumors, pilfer, rabble rouse, search for a contact or watch the crowd, and silence undesirable elements.
He's still gonna search for the contact.
Okay, roll me that perception check. Alright. Now, because you've been diligent, as you look around, the person you were looking for wasn't as hidden as you had first thought. For whatever reason, You think you see them.
Alright.
Maybe they just got here late.
He'll start making his way towards that person. Maybe taking just keeping an eye on him. Might not like go run to him or anything like that, but just
Okay,
start
you
making
start
his
to
way
walk
towards
towards him. However, that's where that will have to end for now.
I
You
figured.
start making your way towards him. Freedom, what do you do during the third hour of the protest?
I'm gonna give a speech.
Ooh, okay. Are you going to rabble rouse?
Yeah.
Alright, give me a diplomacy or a perform check.
I'll do diplomacy. I don't know what to say, but he'll talk about the 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 arts and stuff, the beauty of the arts and being oppressed. And give us back the opera house.
Certainly the opera house. As you talk, a lot of people start like talking about and lamenting the loss of the music store. Like that was a large source of culture and artistic expression within Cantargo.
Mm-hmm.
And you do gather an actually like more somber group of protesters.
Yes.
And everyone's talking about like the things that they've lost and how this government is stifling creative expression. You really start to bring them together in their love for these beautiful things that make their town the Silver City.
Right. Without them, it would not be the Silver City. Or would it be? I don't know. I don't know why it's called the Silver City.
Cantargo is called the Silver City because one of its main exports is silver.
Oh, gotcha. So
And
surely people wear silver
there's
jewelry
a
everywhere?
special kind of and there's a special kind of fish here called silver scaled like mackerel or salmon or something that is also a prime export.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, good. You start getting together a crowd, and just kind of like with Leon did, you start getting a lot of recognition.
Nice.
All right, Amon, what do you do during the third hour of the protest?
I'm going to continue gathering rumors. You keep trying to get information, trying to
All right,
see how this is going to play
give
out.
me that diplomacy.
Dang, I rolled another 10.
Yeah, you've been pretty consistent. All right, roll 1d10. 6. Have we had the 6 yet? No. Okay. You see another little group, a much smaller group than most of the other protesting groups here, but you see someone talking primarily that is a tiefling.
All
And
right.
this tiefling, she's saying, "Someone's killing tieflings down in the Devil's Nursery. I've heard that whoever's doing it is taking trophies, but I'm not sure what kind. It sounds like the slasher's back, just what we need."
I've lived here for a while. Do I recognize the name Slasher? Like, is that an infamous serial killer that I would know about? Or have I not
So
heard of him?
there was a whatchamacallit, an infamous Kintargan murderer that was known as the Temple Hill Slasher.
Okay.
This man was executed 116 years ago, but
Oh.
there is a defaced statue in the city whose plaque is both inscribed with Professor Mangvoon, and then it's been scratched out and written the Temple Hill Slasher.
Professor Mangvoon? What was that?
Yep, Mangvoon.
I'm sure I spelled that wrong, but okay. I liked how I spelled it better. Okay, well that's frightening to hear. I think I'm not a tiefling, I guess. but
Very.
Still.
And what you have noticed too, that since coming to Cantargo, even with like more Chilaxians like showing up and part of the government, they don't seem to like. Tieflings are still like second-class citizens as far as they're concerned. Just because you have
Yeah.
demon or devil or fiend blood in you doesn't make any difference. If anything, it makes you more of a wild card. But yes, the Temple Hill Slasher.
Might be back, or it could be someone else. I mean, it was 100 years
Yep.
ago, though, so that's like I guess that definitely wasn't while I was here.
All right, Caleb.
This is a joke, but the Temple Hill Slasher is actually Caleb. It makes sense with his scythe.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna continue looking for Octavio. I know what he looks like.
Relentlessly hunt him down. Go ahead, give me a perception.
Like, I know kind of what his clothes look like. Maybe. 21.
All right, yeah, your rolls have been pretty good.
I'm trying so hard.
Mm-hmm. But will
Help
you
me,
get
Octavio, one
far?
Kenobi. You're my only hope.
You tried so hard, and you might get far, but you have to ask yourself, will it really matter?
I hope so.
Wow.
This is an encounter designed to teach you a lesson.
put my
Sometimes
trust
skill checks are
in
impossible.
you.
Oh no.
Is this Twitch
I'm
scenes
pushed as
or
far as I can
D&D?
go.
It could be a Twitch Sings thing if Zerdurium and Secret had their way.
They don't have
Maybe a special session when people can't be here. Have a special Twitch Sings edition of the session.
Wanna play We Be Goblins, but we have to sing?
Your character has to take the perform skill and like max it out.
Yeah.
There's a oracle curse where your character has to sing everything they say.
Oh, really?
I
want to play that.
Merfolk.
Okay.
Let's go.
It's merfolk specific is the downside to it. But
that's not downside.
I don't think it should be.
Even better.
I guess it's even better, yeah. Perfect. But yeah. They're like, and it has to be loud, like, so if you want to talk, like, you can choose to not talk, but if you want to talk, you have to be, like, really loud and sing. It's like if you're sneaking
All right,
around.
so
Anyways,
Caleb,
do I find him?
You do find him, and it seems like you find him just before he leaves this area completely, and he's definitely trying to lay
perfect.
low, which is
try and
unusual for him.
walk up to him and not super directly, but pretty quickly because I want him to slip through my grasp again. And assuming I do, I'll be like, hey, is that you, Octavio? I need help. My father's in trouble.
He turns his head to look at you, and you see his eyes. You meet his gaze for a moment, and he pauses, and then he turns back, like away from you. And he doesn't say anything, but he starts to step away. Do you do anything?
I walk after him. I say, please, he went out looking for bandits like 3 weeks ago, and he hasn't come back yet. He said to find you, and you'd help me. If he didn't come back.
He stops, and without looking at you, he says, "What's your name?"
Caleb, sir. Caleb Walker. You know my dad, Caleb Sr.? He was a Hell Knight initiate. I hope he still is.
Boy, I'll give you the same advice I gave him and the rest of my homages.
Yeah? Nothing?
Don't look for me.
Oh. Uh, sir, you're my only hope. I'm. I don't know who else to talk to.
He looks at you and he takes off his cowl this time. And you see him in his hard face.
Okay.
You could see that this square-jawed man with close cropped hair, that you can feel the strength of his convictions is more than apparent within like the penetrating gaze of his intent gray eyes. And he tells you that there is a storm that the torrent cannot weather. It's coming, and it's coming for me. I cannot help your father. But he looks out to the protest, and he says, if there is help for him or the others, it's there. And he grabs like your arm, your good arm that like is holding or whatever got the scythe,
Mm-hmm.
and he squeezes it like really hard. Not like he's trying to
Ow.
hurt you,
Yeah.
but like he feels it and he nods and he says, they'll need your strength. But no one must know
Okay.
where I'm going.
Okay. I I hope you have success on your mission. It must be really important.
He nods to you and he puts his cowl back on and he starts to leave. But before he does, he once again says, boy.
Yes.
The time will come where we speak again.
Okay. I'll be ready when you do when we meet next. I'll get strong, real strong, where I can help uphold the law of this city, or well, not the Thrune's law, but the rightful law, what should be the law of the city.
Good. Temper your convictions. And he leaves.
Okay, yeah, I'll watch him go and tell no one that I talked with him, and go back to the crowd where he pointed and wonder what he means by they need my strength. I've never been useful for anything other than cutting wheat in a field, but perhaps here I'll understand what he means.
You do. And you go back to the protest. Leon, what do you do during the third hour of the protest?
All right. All right. So my options, let's see. So I just finished talking to those guys. Has anything of note happened during this last hour, the third hour?
You can try and watch the crowd to see if anything's happening or anything's going on.
Well, let's see. I've done talk to the people, or tried to talk them down. I've done the rabble rousing.
And you've been successful.
That's true. Are any of those Chelish sympathizers still hanging around?
Oh yeah, no, they're still there, and they still occasionally like get into like the faces of the other protesting groups, uh, telling them where they're wrong and how Thrun is here to give them a better city than when he found it.
Okay. I guess while it seems that they may be distracted, I'm going to attempt to pick one of their pockets.
Okay. Then go ahead and give me
Just-
a sleight of hand.
All right. Do I need to roll any sort of stealth beforehand, or just sleight of
Just a
hand?
sleight of hand, because that's the dex check.
Gotcha.
Do I get perception
Just-
check to spot this thievery?
You're talking with Octavio.
Ah, dang it. Whatever. Yeah, Octavia's more important.
Oh, that's weird. I should have a rank in this, but it's not showing. Oh, I didn't put in my unchained ranks on here, whereas on my phone I did.
Yeah, it's a background skill.
Oof, that is low. Do I have anything to reroll?
Ooh, that is low.
No, I guess I don't.
Okay. All right. You get noticed.
Alrighty.
One of these Thrun loyalists is like, hey, what's going on here? As they feel you like trying to get something off of them. You can roll me a bluff.
Alright. I will definitely do that. I'll say, oh, pardon-moi, monsieur. I was on my way to le toilette.
That's a good one. Save your butt there.
And I got the stench of childish loyalty, and I just could not be waylaid.
They squint their eyes at you, but they
Under
say
my
you
breath,
better
of
watch where you're
course.
going. Watch where you're going, and if you want to prove yourself
But of
to House
course.
Thrun,
And I'll
yeah, they start talking about how it doesn't matter the stature of a person's size; it's the strength of their conviction to their infernal magistrix Abigail II that matters. And they start to like chant something about how anyone can rise to the occasion and champion the cause of Cheliax.
I'll stare them down, squinting at them, slowly puffing on my cigarette and blowing it defiantly in their direction, showing that I will not be intimidated by their zealotry.
Okay. So, Kane, you
Yes.
go to speak with your contact. But before you get to them, everyone in the crowd starts like pushing and shoving like to get closer to the opera house because someone yells, it's the interim Lord Mayor, Thrun!
Okay.
And sure enough, you guys see from one of the vantage points in the windows near the opera house balcony, it opens.
I'll turn my gaze towards it.
Mm. He takes a quick glance, but he quickly looks back towards where his contact is. He doesn't want to lose this. He's like, I spent 3 hours looking for this guy. I don't want to lose him.
So the bells of the Cathedral of Asmodeus ring out three peals, and a moment later Barzillai Thrun throws wide the windows and their curtains to address the crowd below. He is an imposing man dressed in red, orange, and black clothing, and wearing an ornate breastplate, emblazoned with the pentagram of Asmodeus and the cross of Cheliax. He is middle-aged, with short, dark hair, and a diabolical mace cradled in his hands. The crowd swiftly grows silent as he clears his throat and gives the following speech.
Dun dun dun.
Ah, my adoring little chickadees. I am sorry to say I have not yet adapted to your quaint country ways, being accustomed as I am to the sophistication and learning of Igorian. None the less, know I have heard your concerns, and that I appreciate your valued feedback, and I know we shall eventually find a mutual understanding in the fullness of time. I take pride in updating Cantargo's quaint, outdated laws to the modern standards the city deserves, and strengthening its ties with the Empire in these cruel times. But, obviously, I have approached my duties too aggressively. You say you chafe at the presence of non-natives in positions of power? That authorities not of this city have no place as its leaders? That you will not be yoked by intruders? Your Lord Mayor hears you, and so it is with a heavy heart that I issue this proclamation in response to your demands. All ships' captains are hereafter barred from leaving their vessels and setting foot on Cantargo docks or streets under pain of, let's say, squassation.
Yell, scream,
And
riot, rah, no.
yeah, and for you guys, what is squassation? Well, you guys know what that is.
Okay.
It is a form of torture in which the victim's hands are tied together and raised above the head, and the victim is then hung from the hands while a weight is suspended from their feet, causing intense pain to the arms and legs.
Lovely.
Now, as he utters this new 8th proclamation, this is the first time that he has specifically issued a form of torture as punishment rather than just imprisonment or a fine. And yeah, just like with what Freedom said, or whether that was in character or out of character, the crowd gets really upset. There's just boos and hisses and all sorts of rioting that's starting to happen. He doesn't really seem to react. In fact, he has a smug smile on his face. And the the Dotari guards that are in front of the opera house also make no move. But from somewhere within the crowd, you guys might see it. It's like whatchamacallit. It almost shines with how bold it is, but someone within the crowd throws a handful of manure at Barzillai.
Yeah.
And the putrid projectile misses him, but he flinches and spills his wine as it lands like on the balcony thing near him.
Uh-oh.
And his demeanor shifts from amused to bellicose. And he shrieks, "Enough of this! Nox, run them off! Arrest them! Or kill them! I don't care which!" Before he retreats back into the opera house and slams the windows.
Oh boy.
So down below, the person in charge of the Dotari here, a woman named Nox, that you can see, begins mobilizing the Dotari, and they start drawing their weapons. At the same time, men and women throughout the crowd are they're like still really angry and like threatening things where Barzillai just was. But there's also a small group of people that pull back like cloaks and stuff that they've been wearing, and they reveal matching armbands, truncheons, and these armbands have like this insignia that you guys know as the Chelish Citizens Group.
Okay.
They're like a citizens patrol basically.
The neighborhood watch.
Yeah, but they're for House Thrune. They're Chilaxians. Which might actually be some people that Kane or other ex-Chilaxians recognize.
Yep.
Let's see who I'm missing here. Caleb.
Yeah. Oh my god. The compass is at an angle.
Yeah, what is this abomination? It's actually kind of funny though.
I'd like to move north-northwest.
I think I'm gonna go sit on a bench. Take a break.
They'll be entranced by your beauty.
I need to go swimming. I'm just gonna jump into the river. Or pond or whatever.
I thought you
that
were gonna
is.
say the fountain.
You're like,
Oh, the
screw
fountain
this, I'm gonna go
was fine, too.
swim. Woo!
I am a duck.
I should have played that
So,
Oracle I was talking about.
within
Yeah,
short order,
right.
this turns into a riot. And there are Chelish citizens, patrol people who are threatening other protesters who are rabbling and rioting.
Let's start a riot. A riot.
And like I said, they're armed with truncheons, which are basically clubs. And four of them start to like move on to you guys in no particular order. So go ahead and roll initiative.
Excellent.
Now, although there are not tokens here, there's dozens upon dozens of people who are still here at the protest, and all of this is considered difficult terrain.
Oh my god, I actually selected my token
Of
before I
course.
rolled.
Yeah, from Roll20.
Oh my god.
Now,
What a
this is
crime.
considered... Everything is considered difficult terrain except to Freedom and Leon.
Because the crowd clears for them because they,
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, because of their earlier.
You've roused
Actions.
people in the crowd enough and successfully that the protesters instinctively know to part before you.
Oh, cool.
The only downfall to all of this is that I don't have my shield, I don't have my armor, I don't have my sword. Because I came
Well, like,
to a
these
peaceful
thugs-
protest peacefully.
Yeah. Well, these thugs are very lightly armed and armored. They really do just look like they're thugs wearing matching armbands. And like they just came here to cause trouble.
Yes.
Kane, I'm actually going to increase your initiative by 4 because you saw a little bit of this happening before it happened. So you're kind of
Yeah.
like reacting quicker than other people. I'm going to set you to 11.
All right.
Let me get my hero lab open.
And I'm going to go turn my roles to public because I like the transparency.
Oh, also, you might
Okay.
want to turn off a setting in
Which one?
Is it the one that's making so your resistances show up every time it's your turn?
No, in the
On the
combat
chat log?
section where it says turn show effects, turn that off.
Okay, good.
So it is that one.
Yeah.
It was that one then.
Oh, you were asking. Oh, is that what you were asking?
That's what Plato
Yeah.
said, yeah.
I was like, "Are you talking? Is that the one you want him to change?" And then you're like, "No," and then you said that one.
It was
Oh,
that one.
all right.
Yeah.
I thought I heard you say
Feels
something
bad.
else, so I was just like, no.
It just seemed
This
you were
doesn't
wrong
show the
before you even said
There's
it.
no way to show the turn order,
Damn.
or is it just memory?
It
If
is.
you
Okay, so hit the
click
sword.
combat
The sword in
tracker,
the top
left.
right. It's combat tracker. It'll show the order and it'll
yeah.
show thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can also see like your
Sweet.
allies' health there and the health status of enemies as a more generalized, so you can see that everyone's healthy right now. But when you start damaging bad guys, it'll change over to say things like, well, the dot will change colors
Wounded.
too, actually. But yeah, it'll change to say like wounded or whatever.
Yeah, those are the light indications.
Apparently, Freedom already has 3 damage. I don't know how that happened.
Interesting.
Oh, I was hitting myself.
Oh yeah, I
Okay,
remember.
so
Apparently Leon doesn't
it
have any
looks
health.
like Caleb is going to start the thing off with this. Caleb, what do you do?
So these citizens are like turning towards us?
So this, you see, like they've basically taken off their cloaks and they have matching armbands and stuff that signify that they're part of the Chelish Citizens Patrol, and they
Right.
are
Yeah, I
loyalists
know,
to
I heard all
Thrun.
that. Oh,
And yeah,
that's
they're looking at
loyalist to
you guys in
Thrun.
particular.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
like they
this
were
one
waiting
that's-
to provoke and incite violence here.
Alright, I'm not actually in a square. What square should I be in?
I'm gonna put you in this square.
Okay. This
Are we in
citizen
rounds? Or
thug
is this
3 guy.
surprise?
Yeah, we
This is
rolled
rounds. This is
initiative.
round 1.
Oh. You haven't set the combat.
Oh, you mean like if it's so I'm gonna use my move action to
Oh, sorry.
study thug number 3.
Where's the round reset?
You can just type in the field. If you just click in there, just put a 1.
And then he studied. It doesn't really do much yet, but then as a standard action, I'm going to intimidate him to demoralize him and say, "You don't stand a chance against us. Go home."
Okay,
Or
go ahead and roll me
against
intimidate.
me. Because, yeah, we're not necessarily friends yet.
A 17. All right. You succeed. You are very intimidating.
Okay, he's shaken. If I beat his DC by 5, or its duration increases by 1 for every 5 I beat
Oh,
his
sorry, not to you.
thing. Uh, 10 plus hit die plus whiz modifier. And it's 1 round plus 1 round for every 5 I succeed by.
Yeah, you succeed. You don't beat it by 5, but you do succeed.
Okay, so he's shaken for a round. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you want me to apply that to him?
Yes, actually, if you can.
I'll figure it out soon.
And that is to this one right here, group thug 3.
Shaken. Wait, that went
That's
to me.
to
What?
yourself. Let me show you. Target him.
I did target him. He's targeted. It
Your
just
effect might
didn't
be
work.
set to. Did you do it
Well, I
from
just
the
clicked on
modifiers?
the effect from the effects thing.
Yeah, it says
Yeah,
all.
I think those always. I think those always just put them on yourself.
Okay, I'll make the effect. It's fine. You can move on. I'll get it done.
Okay, Amon.
So I don't know any of these guys in the party, but I've seen Freedom earlier in the protest and think that Freedom might be kind of a very what's the word I'm looking for? I guess, yeah. I think Freedom might be like someone who might be able to take charge of this situation. So I'm going to use my tribal bond ability. And is that working? Oh, no. And so Freedom, you hear assuming that you are willing to accept this as, because I think this will work on willing targets, but you hear like kind of like Amon telepathically telling you in your head, like we need to put a stop to these. We can't let them hurt the innocent protesters here. And I'm gonna work with you. And I'm gonna move towards Freedom as well through the crowd in
Okay.
difficult terrain.
You do that. This thug moves towards Leon,
All right.
and they raise their truncheon against you.
Ooh, okay.
And they say, for inciting and rabble-rousing against House Through, I arrest you. And they attempt to go at you for non-lethal damage. And they miss you.
All right.
Number 3, who's shaken, is he's still feeling shaken, but he's gonna move towards you, Caleb, or they're gonna move towards you.
He didn't heed my warning.
It looks like they're still shaken, but yeah, they still try to non-lethal attack
He
you.
will be punished.
Oh, sorry, that was the number 1.
I guess that
I'll
was
take that
painful to
roll.
watch.
There we go.
Dang
Gotcha.
it! Come on. That meets my AC.
He hits you for 2 points of non-lethal damage. And they exclaim, "Drop your weapon! You're under arrest!" Kane.
He'll do a quick look around for his contact.
You see him. He's run off. But you kind of do see him out of the corner of your eye. He's like kind of running for cover here.
Yeah, he cusses under his breath, and he pulls out his sap, and he'll
All right.
step up. He sees this. Leon's a halfling, right?
He's a gnome.
Gnome. He
Although he
sees
might
this
look
gnome.
like a halfling.
He sees this gnome or small person getting attacked by one of these guys, and he'll step up or move because he's going difficult terrain, but he'll attack the person.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Give me a seat.
Okay, that'll hit. Also, can you, Kane, can you control left click Group Thug 1's token, and that'll target them. And that'll actually apply your rolls against the stat block of the token.
You'll see an arrow between you and them when you do it.
You have your token left clicked and then control click what you want to target.
It's not working. Let me change something.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have
Oh, you did
Doing it
it.
now.
I have targeted him for you.
Okay, I had my control set as my talk, so that's why it's been.
Oh,
Yeah. I'll switch that though. All right, here comes the damage then.
I think you got disconnected there. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I just did the damage twice. Whoops.
Yeah. I'll go fix the sheet.
Oh, it's because he did the wrong damage the first time. He did the dagger damage instead of his sap damage.
And it's going to be 4 points of subdual damage.
Sorry.
Hey, welcome back.
I accidentally
okay.
closed Ventrol on accident. Yeah, so I did the sap.
Okay.
I
You
rolled.
do
I accidentally
damage.
rolled my dagger type first. I meant to roll the sap though.
Yep, no worries. And in your whatchamacallit, for your sap, I'm gonna edit in the type of damage non-lethal.
Okay. Yeah.
And that'll automatically give it non-lethal and make it subdual damage in the character sheet.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
yeah, you hit him. You hit him pretty good. They kind of stagger back. Leon.
He definitely exclaims in surprise, like, Mon Dieu, they are trying to subdue us! Fight back! What does it look like the general crowd's reaction is?
Oh, there's rioting and like a bit of fighting like all throughout the crowd. Like there's more than just these 4 thugs.
Uh-huh.
You just have
Like
to
yeah, all
slap
throughout the rest of
these.
the crowd, there's fighting and stuff.
Gotcha. Looks like
So it's
this
pretty noisy
half-orc
here.
just...
Oh yeah, it's
yes,
really
very
noisy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
but he can
see,
still
it
hear
looks
me
like
fine
a-
because I'm talking to you telepathically. You can talk
Oh,
back
yeah.
too. We can. Well, no, not just me and Freedom because I didn't activate
Yeah.
anyone else. But me and Freedom can communicate to each other
Well-
right now telepathically.
Ah, I see. Okay. Well, he's definitely very surprised by the half-orc who just stepped up next to him, because he's pretty sure he may have tried to arrest him in the past, but he isn't going to question it. He's going to roll with the punches, and he's going to move behind this guy to flank. He will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, they'll try to swing at you.
All right.
They
All
miss.
right. So, I'll take out a club as I go. I don't know how to apply the sort of modifiers to show that I'm trying to attack non-lethally, so I'll be taking a -4 penalty.
Yep, just a -4, and you can put it in the modifiers button down there too, and it'll apply it to your next roll.
Uh, where are the modifiers?
The bottom left.
So at the bottom
box,
left,
that's
there's a little box
that's
that
the
says
next
modifier.
roll modifier.
Yep.
Yeah,
you
if you
just
put
put-
It's right by all
-4
your
in it.
dice. All your dice at
You
the
wanna
bottom
put-
left.
You'll probably should want to put -2, so because the flank's gonna be a
Yeah,
plus
because
2.
you're flanking.
All right. Well, the total would be a -1, so I'll just roll it for now, just for the sake of speed, and we'll just say that it's
We'll
at
put the-
-1.
The thing is it's going to try to check the roll against the AC. So if you don't put it in the modifier, it might say you hit or you might say you miss, but then be incorrect.
All right. Oh, okay. There we go. I have adjusted the modifier.
Yeah, that's fine. And I can retroactively fix things just in case.
Also, Matt, are these guys considered like agents of Thrun with the Asmodean thing?
Oh yeah, they are. They're part of the Chalice Citizens group.
All right, so.
Oops.
Oh yeah, you knocked him out.
No, that
Just 'cause
just
he just
rolled
rolled
the
damage.
the attack.
Yeah, you gotta roll the.
That's how I like to play combat. Don't even roll the hit, just roll the damage.
It's weird. I'm clicking the box that has the modifier, but it's not rolling. Do I have to click somewhere else?
You click on the box modifier, put it in there, and then you go
And then you just
to
roll any
your
die.
actions
Well, for your
tab
club-
and roll the attack.
Roll the Roll
And
the
the
attack.
modifier will
box.
automatically apply to whatever your next roll is. Like once you put a number in there.
Ugh.
That's the
Sorry.
number of attacks box. I see what you're doing. Keep it at 1. And then what
Use
you
this, I'm
want
always fun.
is a... Yeah, so click the little magnifying glass at the right. And in the box
Ugh.
bonus, you want to put -4.
What?
Yeah,
I think
Okay,
you
it's
got
so
it.
like
I
he
rolled
rolls
2
two
natural-
20s and he's
Take
trying to
it,
figure
take
this shit out.
I'm trying so hard, and this game is just teasing me with rolls that don't even have the appropriate modifiers on.
Well, no, you didn't roll a 20, did you? Did you roll 2 20s?
Yeah,
You
I
rolled
have
two
them
20
clicked
dice in a
once.
row.
Okay. So, I
Yeah.
mean, that's a critical.
Yeah.
Okay,
So, you
I'll roll
do
it then.
5, well, you rolled a 5
You-
on the damage.
I don't know if you want to roll the
Okay.
damage again
So
or
I
not.
should
'Cause it'll
just-
automatically apply the crit.
Doesn't matter. He
Right.
was already unconscious from just the 5.
Well, I need to see how much negative they are. They don't have a lot of
Oh,
health.
yeah. In case he actually murders someone.
Does it actually
Yeah,
do
it's fine.
-2? Is that how that works with crits?
I think it's
I didn't think it
actually not how it works. I think you only apply the if you have a negative modifier. I think it only applies once. Whereas in that
No,
case,
negative
just the dice
applies
get multiplied.
apply twice.
Okay, so it would be 5 points of non-lethal then.
No, it's 6. It did it right.
Okay. So yeah,
Okay.
he shuffles on past him, dodges a swing, and then clongs him on the back of the head. And he says bonjour to his battle companion.
Okay, yeah, you knock him out. Something fierce. You almost give him a bleeding head, but it's just a really quick wham, and he goes down. Alright, thug number 2. That's this one. They're gonna move towards you, Freedom.
Oh, okay.
And they also try to claim that you're under arrest for wearing such garish finery.
Should be. Fabulous.
Oh, wait, where did it pass? I
It's
must have
almost a
clicked
crime
the
to
little
look
arrow
this
thing.
good.
Non-lethal you, and they miss.
Ha!
Your turn.
Why is it still displaying that in the chat?
I don't know.
Okay,
Oh.
I am going to unarmed strike them non-lethally.
Do you have improved
Try to
arm
punch him
strike?
back.
You apparently don't need improved unarmed strike, because improved unarmed strike, all that does is...
Oh, you do. They can take an attack opportunity on you.
Yeah, that means an opportunity.
Yep.
Yeah. But I guess
And
I'll
they'll-
stay right here. Yeah.
Okay, and they'll take their attack opportunity on you if you try to hit him back.
Okay. Shit, I don't actually.
See
have
who
this
can swing
configured.
better.
Unarmed. There. Let me check and see if this modifier is correct. Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm wishing I had enough money to buy like an actual desktop with a big ass monitor.
Yeah, this program's a little clunky.
Just
Oh,
all
you
these
hit
tab
him. You
bars.
smack him.
Okay, let me configure the damage.
Roll your damage.
Um,
And it will be non-lethal because it's unarmed.
Yeah, I already have it configured.
Do you like this laptop I got
Is
though?
this dex
It's a lot
based
better
or
than the
no?
other
No.
one.
Is it dex based?
It's strength.
I mean, it can be if you have weapon finesse.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what I was reading.
Oof, you give him a big like haymaker, and they almost
Ugh.
double over.
Right in the jaw. An uppercut.
Yeah. Nice.
And I'll
Thug number 4
respond
also doesn't like you.
to the voice in my head. Is that you next to me?
Yes.
He kind of like just looks over at you just to take note of what
I'm
you
going
look like.
to. I'm gonna help you. Do you need a weapon?
It would be better.
This other guy, yeah, they kind of start ganging up on Freedom. He's like, "Hey, pretty boy, stop resisting arrest." And he does hit you, with that club for non-lethal damage, but it's not as nearly as much damage as you did with your fist.
Yeah.
So while you guys are fighting during this round, you don't know who it is, but someone from the crowd throws a dagger.
Oh, fun.
and they're aiming it at this woman here at
Knox.
the doors of the opera house, Knox, and I'm going to show you what she looks like.
Ooh. Okay. Oh. Oh, I've seen this picture.
Her eyes are all white, right?
Look a little
Or is that
creepy, huh?
just- Yeah,
That's
just
a lot of
She might look a little
axes.
creepy.
Just the throwing axes.
Someone throws a dagger, and they get a lucky shot, and it just goes right into her neck.
Oh my god.
And she, like, you know, stammers back against the walls of the opera house, and it's bleeding profusely. It's like it's a critical hit, basically. But she gurgles and grabs the knife by the hilt and wrenches it out of her bleeding neck, and you see that the wound is quickly healing up, like unnaturally fast.
It's
Is
yeah.
there a knowledge
Okay.
check I can make about this? About like what the?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, with a snarl, she yanks out the dagger and throws it to the ground. She ducks into the opera house a moment later and is gone. The Dotari are still kind of like in front of the opera house. They're not getting involved yet. Caleb, your turn.
Okay. This guy hit me. That wasn't nice. I'm gonna hit him back, and I'm gonna power attack. And he's still studied from my first round. So
Are you doing non-lethal?
no. Wait, should I?
Oh,
I don't.
Uh,
I'm in
Okay,
the
it's up to
back.
you.
He
Like,
did. Yeah, he did non-lethal to you, but it's up to you.
whatever. I rolled a nat one anyways.
You take a swing with your scythe.
I mean, clearly I'm not used to fighting with it. That's as we expect from a farmer.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
I rolled that one on purpose for story.
Oh my.
But he sees that
And
like
that's all
you're
I'm doing.
like taking like a lethal strike at him. This is really
What?
powerful
What?
swipe
Does it
at
look
him.
like I take
Yes,
a
it does.
wild strike, but it doesn't come anywhere close to him. I'm like, stay back. I'm warning you.
No, they
But
get
it
that
doesn't even
feeling
come
of
close to
like,
hitting
whoa, you're
him.
dangerous.
Oh yeah, I'm crazy dangerous. I'm wild.
Yeah, but you'd still be scared if there was a monkey like waving around an AK-47.
Yes.
Probably what's gonna.
Yeah.
What's gonna-
I'd be,
Yeah.
I'd be ready.
That's fine.
I'd be ready for. I'd be ready for the fucking
I'm
hills if I
guessing-
saw that.
It doesn't matter if the
guessing,
monkey knows how to use it.
I'm guessing
Yeah,
this
yeah,
the
yeah.
guy's
That's
gonna
fine.
start swinging at you lethally too. So have fun with that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Alright, Amon, what do you do?
I tell
This is
Freedom,
how I died in session 1.
take that guy's weapon, and I don't know if you can see that I'm pointing to one of the thugs there, and I'm going to cast
Uh-huh.
True Strike on you.
Alright. The true strike.
You want me to true strike,
strike.
disarm him?
Oh yeah, you can
Okay.
give that to people. Huh? That's
I mean, you
normally
can
a
use
personal.
the True Strike for whatever you want, but that's what I'm saying. To use the True Strike to disarm. But yeah, you could use it just to throw like a punch that's guaranteed to hit. Or
Yeah, what's
grapple
nice is
even.
that your tribe wizard here can give personal spells to other people.
Well, if I knock
Yeah,
him out,
that's
I can
dope.
then pick
Yep.
up his weapon with my move action.
You
But
could.
that'll
That's true, too.
provoke- Oh, I can 5 foot step.
But yeah, I tell you, disarm will provoke as well. So yeah, I mean,
But
just
you can
going to knock
5-foot
that guy
step.
out. I mean, if you knock that guy
If
out
you're
and take
not
his
in difficult
weapon,
terrain.
yeah, if you knock the guy out and take
Alright,
his
this
weapon,
guy
you're doing what I said.
changes his
So.
target from Leon here to the dude that hit him. Actually, no, he's down.
He's unconscious.
Never mind.
There's nothing in the rules that say unconscious people can't attack. Or no, actually there are. It's dead people can't. There's nothing in the rules that say dead people can't attack.
Alright, so yeah, this guy that Caleb is fighting, he sees
I'm a
that
monkey with an AK, run
potentially
away.
deadly. Yeah, he sees that potentially deadly swing. And he's like, "Oh, that's it."
Oh no.
So yeah, he swings his
First he's not
truncheon lethally
intimidated,
at
and
you.
now he's not scared.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god! Come on, game. I was joking. I don't want to die. Oh
Yeah, he whaps you hard on the chest, man.
no! Wait, what happened to his -1 damage? Now it's
He was
+2
doing
all of a sudden?
non-lethal.
He was
Yeah, but that
shaken.
doesn't change your damage.
Yeah,
Does
he
that
was
change your?
shaking.
I thought it only changed your to hit. Does that change damage? Okay.
Well, either way,
Let me see.
he did what he did.
Well,
No, I guess it's
it was a
just attack
critical,
rolls.
so it's +2 bonus damage.
Hmm.
I know
It's
that
1d6
the
plus 1 for both non-lethal and lethal.
Yeah, and I know
Yeah, rolled it
also his
correctly.
attack. He had attack penalty before. Now he probably has a bonus.
Yeah, I
'cause
just
he's
don't know
only
why he had a
-4.
-1 on the first attack and has a +1 on the second attack.
Oh, for the damage? Yeah.
Yeah, for the damage. Because shaken doesn't affect damage, and non-lethal doesn't affect damage
Who
unless you
knows?
change weapons.
Fantasy grounds math.
Anyways, have fun, GM.
All
I'm just
right,
pointing out
okay.
an inconsistency, but it's fine. I want him to have -2 on this crit. Gosh darn it.
You've successfully defended the little man.
Yep.
You did
He
see,
sees the other battle going into a dangerous area. Like the guy with the scythe took the swing, and the other dude he missed horribly, and this other dude connected, and he's gonna go down there and help him out.
Yeah, for a crit, that's complete opposite.
knock out Caleb.
Yeah. And then how do I target again?
Left click your
So
token.
you want to...
Oh, you need to clear targets too.
So if you just click on your token, you'll have a gray circle border around that. That means that your token is selected. And then you can control click onto the target you want to target.
Yep, control
Yeah.
clicking will target and unselect something if you click something you've already targeted.
Yeah, so you'll want to control click Thug 1 to untarget it, and then control click whatever you want to
Caleb
target
to hit
instead
him.
now.
Yeah, so you'll
Correct.
see arrows, and that'll tell you who you're targeting.
Yeah, when you mouse over your token, you'll see an arrow pointing to who you're targeting.
If that doesn't work, you can also go into the combat tracker, and if you hit the little like aiming sights thing, it'll bring up a little thing that you can drag onto a new target to
Players
target
can't
them.
see that.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
No. Because
Yeah,
they
but
can
if
control
you
click on the
control
combat
click-
tracker.
If you control click on the combat tracker, that also targets.
I'll just target him for you here. Oh, maybe you got it. I saw that you cleared it yourself. Click on him again.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you
Yeah.
did it.
This is on the
Right,
combat
you're
tracker
targeting him
you're
now.
targeting too.
Okay. I have no clue how I did that, but all right.
Control click.
I know. I'll get all this stuff down. Maybe have to get on and do like a practice thing. But all right, he's gonna hit him with his
Sap, yep.
sap. Yeah, let me get the melee. There we go.
You hit him.
Oh,
Do your
thank
damage.
God.
Alright, bam. You do a lot of damage to him. You basically bring him down to where he's disabled.
And I before he like finishes, he tries to see if he recognizes this guy since he kind of was part of this group.
You might recognize him.
It says actually
As
that
someone
this
your
guy
family
is
knows.
just staggered, not unconscious.
Yeah, because he's disabled. He's at
Oh,
an
he's at
equal
exactly
amount
0.
of damage. Is zero.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, Leon.
Alright, so it looks like, did I see Nox go into the opera house?
Yeah, she ducked into the opera house after she pulled the dagger out of her rapidly healing wound.
Alright. Have I ever been in this sort of situation before, or is it just kind of obvious that she might be going in for reinforcements?
She might, but there are these two Datari outside of the building, but there's also like more of them that just don't have tokens right now that are kind of around the front of the opera house.
Right.
It's possible that she's going inside for more or something.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't like how this is going, so, I mean, first he'll shout out, like, Dispersion! To everyone to tell them to scatter, but it looks like there's still some people still up in arms, so he will, it looks like somebody's injured down to the south, so he will cast a spell. Oh, 5-foot step there. Target that guy. And he'll cast
flare.
flare.
Okay,
Just
go
like
ahead
your
and
gnome spell-like
hit the
abilities.
cast button.
Oh, shoot. Alright.
See if you hit the magnifying glass. You want to hit the thing that says cast.
Gotcha. Ah, I'm stuck in the double thing,
Yeah, you have two
but
things
he
targeted.
saves both times. So. No, I
No,
it's
double
just a
clicked.
double
I
roll.
forgot that.
Oh, you
I
double
forgot
clicked.
that Fantasy Grounds is single.
That's good. Yeah, you throw a flare at him. Bam. He saves, but yeah, it's like distracting for just that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that's my turn.
Okay. Thug number 2 is gonna keep trying to beat you down, Freedom.
Okay.
Doesn't like that you hit him so hard.
Yeah. He's probably giving me that nasty snarl, looking back at me like, oh, I'm gonna get you.
Yeah. Take some non-lethal damage.
That's fine. I'm a healthy boy.
At least you can five, and you can
Your
5-foot
turn.
step.
Yep, you can. The
So
crowd
you
is
should be
aware
able
of your
to-
movement.
Yeah, you should be able to move where you won't have to provoke from both of them at least.
Yeah, I'll 5-foot step here. And I'm gonna unarm him, and then I'm gonna take his weapon if I knock him down.
Yeah.
Okay. With a plus 20 to hit.
Ah!
That's the only thing that could have foiled him.
The
Wow.
only bad number.
Jeez.
Roll 20 is taking
Alright.
over Fantasy Grounds.
Yeah,
It's my turn to suffer.
More like roll 1,
It's
not
my
roll
turn.
20.
I've never been on the seat before. It's new to me.
It's like we've heard all your complaints about Fancy Ground modules not being set up right. We're gonna give you ones.
This one
Tell you
also
the
moves
truth,
to try and
I already like
hit
this a
Freedom.
little bit better than Roll 20. I mean, it's a little confusing, but I can see where
They
it's
miss.
going to be a lot better.
Hey, it also got a 1. Yeah, there's some learning, but it's really not that difficult once you get like the basics.
All right, Caleb,
My
back
thing
to
is,
you.
I'm just not a computer person, so I kind of like all the
Oh.
like control click and all that shit is kind of confusing, but I'll get the hang of it. It's not a big deal.
I'm gonna withdraw action like back here. Yeah. And that's a standard action, I believe. As a move action, I will reach into my bag, pocket, something, and pull out a bottle.
Okay.
That's it.
Hey, Mon.
Yeah. I'm level 1 wizard, so I don't know if there's a whole lot else I can do here.
Yeah. I missed.
I can't
I
pull
know,
out
it
my
sucks.
dagger.
Hit him with your staff.
I don't have my staff. I have daggers with me
Oh.
though. I'll pull out my cold iron dagger, I guess. And then let's see here. I have to move through difficult terrain, so I'll just move around. Well, I'll move up. No, I'll move around. Maybe I'll be able to. Maybe we can set up a flank or something eventually. It's possible. I'll move up to assist.
All right.
But I don't actually get anything done this turn because I couldn't pull that as I moved. I don't have +1 BAB yet, so
Wah,
that's it.
wah. Lizard
I didn't know
things.
that's how that worked.
Yeah.
It doesn't come up very often because you get +1 BAB at level like
Yeah,
2.
1 usually.
But yeah, I mean,
Yep.
anything that isn't a full marshal just can't do
So
it.
is that your turn then?
But... Yep.
All right. On the third round, the Dotari start getting involved, and they
Uh-oh.
come to start breaking up the riots. They're not brandishing a weapon at you, but they do try to grab you, Amon.
Okay, well, they probably will. Do they have improved
Oh,
grapple?
Caleb
Maybe
took
we'll take
off.
an
I
attack
didn't
opportunity.
see
They
that.
don't. They don't have improved grapple.
Although I don't know if I
Do you want to make an attack on them?
No. That seems like a bad idea.
Oh, he misses you. He tries to
Okay.
grab you, saying, "All right, break it up. We're arresting every single one of you." And he even looked to like the cellist group, like thug, and they're like, "You two, break it up."
Okay, so they're not. They're just trying to break up the rabble. That's fine.
Yeah, but this thug over here is like, hates getting hit from this half orc, and he probably does recognize you. Kane, you green turnabout. But as they're disabled, all they do is they limp and walk away.
Hey, that provokes.
It does
No,
provoke.
you
Do you
can
want
do
to
True.
take a hit on him?
You
Kane,
can withdraw action.
Kane,
He can withdraw.
Kane lets him
You
go.
can do a
doesn't-
partial withdrawal. Yeah.
You can do a full withdrawal. It's
Kane
a
lets
standard
him.
action,
No.
right?
No,
But he's
that's a partial
staggered.
withdraw.
It's still difficult terrain though.
And Kane lets him go either way.
Okay.
He's like, I saved your.
Kane, it's
He
your turn.
under his breath, he's like, I saved your life there.
He did. You saved him from freaking Caleb.
Yeah,
Lunatic.
swinging around that ×4 critical.
Yeah.
I mean,
little
I'm not gonna
lunatic.
crit. Come on.
I mean, he did.
Yeah, well, he's also being rolled by the GM, not me.
He'll double move there.
Okay.
Try to come over here. How do you disconnect that? Let me see if I can do it.
How do you untarget? You just control click him again.
All right,
If you took.
you can move on there. I'll
Yeah.
get rid of that.
Leon,
Yeah, no one else can
you
see
see
it,
the
but
Datari
you,
are starting to get
maybe the
involved.
GM.
Yeah.
And the other person who is grandstanding with you is getting ganged up on. You can see the oppression of the government weighing down and stifling their beauty.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got that shit figured out now.
He is concerned, though he is aware that he doesn't really have any more non-lethal means of fighting. So he's going to, shout out like, "Allez! Run away, my friends! Live to fight another day! Spread the word to the people! Vive la révolution!" And he'll break away from the fighting as well.
Okay, you do that.
In this, like double move down here.
Alright, this guy, being the terrible insider that they are, doesn't just stop when the guard tells them to. No, they look angry at you, Freedom. Everything you stand for is ugly to them,
Alright.
and they try to non-lethal you again,
Haha!
but they miss. This Dotari is going to double move over here. And they're like starting to menace this guy. Like, put down your weapon. Freedom. Because you are unarmed, and they see that you are unarmed.
Oh. Looks like they're retreating. Freedom.
Some of them are, yeah,
He just
getting out of this, like, riot.
I could just charge that other guy over there. Oh, he's.
I tell you
The unconscious
telepathically,
one?
we should probably get out of here too.
You could just charge him.
This guard's trying
The
to
purple
accost me.
one's unconscious. Or the
Yes.
little blue dot one.
Yeah, so you'll have a plus like 4 to hit or something insane.
You could just run at this guy and murder him.
Yeah. Okay,
Right in front of the Datari.
Take a
it's
book out of
perfect.
So
take a
because
book out
I
of
don't have my
Caleb
armor
or a
on,
page
I
out of
can still
Caleb's
unlock
book.
tokens, so I have to calculate here. But
Oh my god.
I don't have my armor on, so I actually get to go my full movement. So 2,
Oh.
3,
And the crowd
4,
moves the moves
5,
out of your way, so you
6.
get.
There we go.
Yeah, she can full move. Or he can full move. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have
Um,
lock
That'll
tokens,
probably
so I
provoke
don't know how far I
If
went.
they
with
take
my
Yeah, it's
withdrawal.
gonna... If it's down this way, you're pathing and it'll provoke.
Yeah,
They'll try and swing at you.
but that'll be good for Amon. Amon.
I think his name is Amon.
Almond.
Oh,
Amen.
Amon? Okay. Like Amon Ket.
Almond.
Yeah.
Almond. Okay.
Or Almond
Comes a
Jarrow.
non-lethal hit. Miss.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, funny. And oof, that's a hit though.
Okay.
Here you go. Take some damage.
Oh,
Hey, you're
that's
still up.
fine. I'm fine.
You still have lay on hands. You can do that as a swift action to yourself, right?
No.
Or do you not get that yet? Is that level 2? I
No,
don't
you
remember.
don't get that at level 1. You get like nothing at level 1.
Dang.
Like baby.
You get full martial at level 1.
Eh,
So you can
This guy
move and
moves
take out
over
a weapon.
here, and
I get to smite somebody if I want, I guess.
he drops his weapon, and he's gonna try to grab you, Amon.
Oh, well, he's probably going to, so.
That's what
Looks
you
like
said
I'm
last
getting
time.
arrested. Yeah, I know. My CMD is really bad, though. It's
What?
like-
The wizard? Low CMD? What?
Yeah.
Well, Amon gets taken. The rest of us get out.
Yeah.
Hope you have a backup
grabs
character ready.
All right, Caleb. What do you do? Do you stay outside of the riot?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going back in there. It's crazy. I'm gonna drink this potion
Okay.
that I
Amon, what do you do?
took out. Hey, I'm drinking my potion. Gosh darn it!
I guess I'll attempt to get out of the grapple.
Go for it.
It's not
I heal
very
for
likely.
5.
They want you to
what do I
drop
roll
your
that on?
weapon,
Aha.
right?
No, he doesn't have a weapon. They're just like kind of
I
arrested
had
him
it.
because he's
I
part
actually
of the,
did
the
have. I
protest.
had a. I pulled a dagger
Oh, you did?
out.
Dagger out, yeah.
on my
Okay,
last
so I
turn,
guess they saw.
But I'll
Now they're
drop
trying
that.
to arrest him.
Drop my cold iron dagger, sadly. But yeah,
Okay.
or don't get out. Well, I'm getting arrested. See you guys later.
We'll break you out, I promise.
Alright, yeah, this guard also is just gonna join the grapple, and they slap
Group
cuffs
hug.
on you. And tells the other guard to like, alright, like go round up the others. Go round up any others. And the Chelish like citizens group patrol look really smug, like, haha, yeah, like we did this thing, but the guards also tell them to bugger off too. They seem kind of indifferent to their violence, but they're like, we don't need you to do this.
Yeah, I'll just have to try to talk my way out of it.
This guy, yeah, takes off. Kane.
Go help him, Kane. That
He-
man
him
he's
out.
should
going
not
to.
be.
He's gonna try, but yeah. Let's see what my skills are like.
Well, I'm being grappled by the guards now too, not just the. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
you guys can get me out. I think you guys just have to be like, yeah. I mean, you don't know me anyway. It's fine.
I mean, I could.
You don't
I
know
could
me.
switch.
Dude in
I
fancy
know
clothes.
you. You spoke in my
I
head
could
and
switch
gave
to my
me a
That's
nasty
true.
spell.
weapon,
You could
Yeah.
switch to your nasty weapon.
Now we're best friends.
but I don't want to kill
Amon
anybody.
Amon was only a session 1 character.
Yes.
Yeah. Crap. Who? So both guards are grappling him.
And the citizen.
Not both guards. There's a guard and one of the citizens patrol people that are. But the guard put manacles on him.
Yeah, he's pretty stuck.
Yeah. No, I think I'm done. So like, you guys just run away. Hopefully, I can talk my way out of it. I mean, I wasn't rabble rousing or anything like that. I might be able to just be like, look, I just got caught up
I
in
was
this.
just defending myself, type of thing.
Yeah.
I guess Kane will. He'll look back to the others. He says, "Get out of here while you can," and he puts his. He'll put his sap away, and he'll. No, because I don't want to get sucked in and trapped too. But yeah, I don't know. I guess he'll just kind of stay where he's at.
Okay. You can, yeah, if you want, like, basically exit the riot. You can still be within the area, but yeah.
Yeah, he does look back at the guy, and he kind of kept track that he was helping the guy down here, but he's like, I can't really do anything without getting myself in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Leon, do you do anything, or do you just stay outside of the riot?
I stay out of the riot, and I call to because it looks like Micah's character is like hanging back, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's staying like right there where he's at.
Okay. Does it look like anyone is trying to pursue us as we kind of beat feet?
No.
All right. I'll call to Micah's character like, Gendarme Transfuge, do not worry. He will be interrogated, but it looks like he is well off, no? Let us stay out of here so they cannot identify you as being part of this mess. Together, we shall all conspire, eh? And he like tries to gesture him over to the further edge.
Mm. That guy's just like right now, like my character's so like mixed feelings because he like literally just like kind of changed sides. Like he hasn't been
Mm-hmm. No, it's rough,
like
man. The protests
yeah.
turned
uh,
into chaos.
yeah. He literally wants to help like set law and order, like keep it like civil, but he knows like this is kind of like a turning point for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the other Tatari guard takes aim on in manacles. He doesn't say anything particularly rude to you. He just tells you like, "All right, let's go."
Sure. I'll comply and like not really say much either, because I
Yeah,
know
and
my
he
rights.
tells you Like, yeah, the more you comply, the less paperwork this is for me.
Yeah, he has the right to remain silent.
Yeah.
They're
Well, I
more
don't
It's
even
also
think
like
that right here.
Yeah, we'll
you
get
could
out of
also
here.
Fargo.
just be like, I was defending myself. I wasn't even trying to like attack
No,
anybody.
I'm
They
gonna
just came
wait.
at
Like,
me.
I'm not gonna sit there and like badger him now. I'm gonna just comply for the moment. I'm gonna try to be as
Seeker, did
cooperative
you
as
say that you
possible until I
were
don't think it's gonna help.
getting away?
Yeah, getting out of here.
Okay, yeah, you exit the riot, and these Chelish citizens, patrol thugs, they just kind of like disperse into the crowd, doing their toady work, supporting the government that's in power. So yeah, at the bottom of the round or initiative, maybe even like a couple rounds later, Nox comes back.
Uh-huh.
But it's not just her that comes back. She comes back with this fiery hellhound
Ooh.
that she's got on like this like dark chained leash. And now she's like angrily yelling for everyone to like get out of here and disperse. And this hellhound breathes a gout of like fire, not like particularly at anyone, but once like people see this thing is shooting fire breath, yeah, the riot quickly begins to disperse.
Run away!
But yeah, I'm going to clear this combat tracker.
So let's see. One thing during, like after, maybe during the chaos in there, I'm gonna have my. Is it all right if my familiar goes down and tries to pick up my cold iron dagger that I dropped, or did somebody else
Sure.
grab that already? Because yeah, it can
Yeah, you can pick it up.
it can carry. Yeah, I can carry like 2.5 pounds as a light load, and it's not holding anything else. The daggers aren't very heavy. I think they only weigh like. How much does a dagger weigh in Pathfinder? I don't actually know.
It's gotta be lighter than 2 pounds.
Yeah, I don't think it's very heavy.
That'd be a heavy ass workout dagger.
It's 1 pound. Yeah. Okay. So hopefully, maybe I'll be able to get that one back. They might confiscate my silver dagger though, which is actually more expensive.
So yeah, with the exception of Amon, the rest of you, you guys move away from the dispersing crowds and such. The the mood of the protest is a little sour right now. But perhaps this tempers you guys.
Hmm.
You guys kind of do get into this little group, sort of, as you guys walk away. The four
I
of
mean,
you.
I was just trying to defend myself. I wasn't rioting, but okay. Maybe I don't know how things work here in the city, but out on the farm, if someone starts swinging weapons at you, you swing back and you don't hold back.
Hmm. You should learn some restraint. You can't just swing away. You have to think.
Hey, I threatened him first. I told him not to come near me, and he did anyways.
It is easy
Although
to be
he
cowardly.
almost got the better of me.
You have to make sure that you are not consumed by your passion.
But you should
This is
definitely
like a-
consume your passion, though, and drink tea.
Kane takes
Your
a
passion fruit.
takes a look around to see if he sees his contact anywhere.
Oh, so you do actually, as you guys exit this might be like the glue that keeps you guys together for now, is you do see him.
All right, he'll walk over to the others or walk over to his contact.
He's down in the corner of the bottom right corner of the map. But you see not just him. Where'd my dudes go? You see 3 more thugs. And they're like, one of them's like in the process of beating him. And there's like 3 more unconscious bodies that you assume that these thugs have beaten into unconsciousness.
Oh no.
What do you do?
Charge!
He pulls out his bow now, and
Okay.
he from where he's at, he shoots an arrow like in the middle square, like in the
Mhm.
middle of all 3 of them, and to get their attention.
Is there
Oh,
a
you get their
stick?
attention all right.
And I can pick it up and use as a club.
Yeah, you can pick up a stick.
And then he intimidates them to leave them alone. The protest is over.
Alright, go
And
ahead and roll an
he'll
intimidate. And any one of you like that's part of here, you can
Actually,
join in on the intimidate.
My
Sure.
my
Yeah, I'll
familiar would have probably, after picking
Of
up the
course.
dagger, followed you there. The familiar is gonna come down and bring the dagger to Freedom.
Oh.
So a bird
Ah,
flies
look,
over.
Birds
Literally,
a
flying
dagger
a bird.
from your
A
god.
bird. Yeah, a bird comes and gives you a dagger. Like flies down and like kind of flutters near you and like it's holding a dagger and like kind of drops it at your feet. Maybe you catch it if you're quick
Yeah,
about it.
I'll grab the dagger.
And it's just a cold iron dagger.
Alright, yeah, you shoot the arrow and they're like, hey, who are you? And they tell you to like, hey, get lost. We're detaining these rioters. And what do you guys say? What do you
I
guys
guess
do
I should
about this?
release my character. I am now a bird. This is what I play as now.
This
I
is
said
the
the
reveal.
riot's
This is your
over.
real character.
Your intimidates are
My
pretty strong
actual
there.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, the riots are over. This man means you no harm. Let him go. Or else.
Or you'll get an arrow in the eyes.
Or else I'll roll a nat 1 against you and almost die.
How about Freedom? How does Freedom join the intimidate train?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I was gonna say. I've been trying to think. He'll say, I'm not from around here, so I'm not too familiar with your customs. So, allow me to show you how we do it elsewhere. And he,
And you
like,
brandish the silver dagger.
yes, he brandished the
No, it's
silver
cold
dagger.
iron.
Oh, cold iron, whatever.
The cold iron dagger. The cold iron dagger. Alright. They see that they are slightly outnumbered here as far as bodies. And the guards are still. There's only so many guards to round up people, and they're not like anywhere close to this. So um, they drop the man. They kind of toss him hard in front of them on the ground.
I'll run up to him to help him
And
stand.
the thugs they intimidatingly walk away from the citizens that they had beaten and detained, saying that, yeah, you'll get what's coming to you, you dirty protester.
He keeps the bow trained on them until he loses like sight of them.
Okay. Yeah, and eventually they do go away.
And he puts it back on his back.
Are you hurt? Does he look like he needs a heal check?
He looks roughed up, but he doesn't look like he was within mortal danger.
Okay.
But they did like punch him, yeah, to bruise him up pretty good. You notice that he's wearing really nice clothes, like embroidered clothes.
Ah.
So he might actually be nobility.
Oh.
Kane's gonna go look at the other people. I know they're not on the map, but he'll check the others and see if they're.
Also, it seems
Any
like
of
he
them are-
can't move too much on his own. He's basically disabled at 0 hit points.
Okay, I'll help him up and shoulder him.
Alright, you do that. He thanks you. Ugh. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that aid.
You seem of a man of importance. Or at least of taste.
He might. Because,
Uh.
as Kane can see, he has one black gloved hand.
Kane will say, "Maybe we should move out of here." And he looks at the guy. I need to talk to you. I was told to.
You, yes. Yes, I was expecting someone. Funny that it should be one of my saviors. Yes, a safe place to talk, please. And you guys do that. You guys leave the park for now.
Right.
I look to see if the bird's following.
The bird is not following.
Okay.
It gives you the dagger, but then it kind of flies away, and it's gonna kind of wait near the, wherever the hell they took him on.
Yeah. But we'll get to him on quickly, I promise you.
Okay.
So once you guys are somewhere safe where you can talk, he says, "Thank you again for that timely rescue. Truth is, our meeting was no coincidence. I followed you from the protest earlier today, but the panic that erupted, I lost track of you." And he looks to Kane, but he also looks to the others. You all proved yourselves to be people of uncommon skill, and I am a man of uncommon need. My name is Rexus Victocora, and until last week's Night of Ashes I was one of this city's nobles. My parents' estate burned to the ground that night. I escaped simply because I was studying at the Alabaster Academy during the fire. There were other fires that night, as you know, fires that many believe were started by Barzillai Thrun or his agents in an attempt to squash any spirit of rebellion Cantargo might have. Now more than ever, we need that spirit of rebellion to stay strong, but Thrun's actions have driven into hiding those who would stay strong and resist. Those who could once rally the city to a cause, such as our Lord Mayor, Gilia Bainalis, and my parents, are missing at best, and are more likely dead. I cannot do this on my own, but with the aid of talented citizens such as yourselves, I have hope that we can. Will you save the city from the devil?
From the devil? Why, yes.
I agree with your sentiment, but I have more pressing matters. My father is missing, and I must find him. He's been gone for 3 weeks.
What if they have your father?
And he says, "Yes, please, young man. It's not just your father that is possibly a victim, but many others fathers.
Yes.
I suppose it's possible that the Thrun took him. I don't even know where to go otherwise, so I suppose I'll go with you for now.
I
The
don't have
laws
any ring.
here are not lawful. We must fix it.
Were you gonna say something, Jim?
I was gonna say I don't have any ranks in it, but can I sense motive on Rex's?
Sure, what are you trying to sense?
To see if he's actually genuine in his desire to try and, overthrow this tyrannical
Yeah, maybe he's a sleeper
member.
agent.
Yeah, go ahead and roll sense
Yeah.
motive. You can believe what you want.
All right. I'll take a drag on my cigarette and say, how do we know that you are not a spy for the haute bourgeoisie, the people who are trying to oppress Kintargo's people?
That is a reasonable concern, my friend. I have something that I want to show you. And he pulls out a rolled piece of parchment. This was left to me by my mother, and it has important information if a rebellion is to begin. And I will share it with you, but first, I remember there was one more fighting among you.
Yes, he got
I
taken away.
We must do something about this. So, to show you that I mean to help, let me help your friend. And so, Amon, you're taken and you're detained, and they put you in jail because you're
Yeah.
part of the protest and part of the riot. And they get your information. They don't really slap you with anything. There is like a fine that you get.
All right.
But they don't hold you for very long because they tell you that someone has paid your fine to bail you out.
Okay. I ask who my mysterious benefactor is.
They tell you nothing. That it was someone who had the money to waste.
So as an anonymous supporter of the protests, probably.
Or they came to
Okay.
tell
Well,
you.
as you exit the holding place, you see the others that you fought with and a man that you did not fight with.
Okay.
And he introduces himself to you as Rexus Victicora.
Okay. I'll offer to shake his hand and say, well, I don't know why he bailed me out, but I'm Amon Vitaeus.
It is a pleasure to meet you. As for why I paid your bail, it is because I see something within you, something that Cantargo needs. All of you. And he gestures to the others. He gives you a short rundown of what he told and asks the others, asking if you'll fight to save Cantargo. And if you say yes,
Yeah, I don't think he says yes like right away. He says like I've been down this road before, but especially after seeing what we saw at the protest there, I think that it is necessary.
I understand. I understand your concern. Perhaps this will help to sway you. And he pulls out the letter. And he hands it to one of you who will take the letter.
I'll take it.
Okay.
And I'll open it.
Alright, it reads, My dearest son, if you are reading this, what I have feared has come to pass, and I am dead. For many years I have belonged to the Sacred Order of Archivists, and have worked to free Cantargo from Chelish rule. I have learned much about Cantargo's secret history, and fear the time will soon come when the city needs the return of its silver ravens. You have likely not heard of the silver ravens. Few have. Mentions of them have been redacted by the agents of House Thrune, but during the Civil War, the ravens worked to ensure Cantargo's safety. They were heroes in their day, and I fear that Cantargo needs their kind again. Do not believe the government's claims that Lord Mayor Baneless abandoned us. Darker things are afoot, and I fear that all who work against Thrune may find themselves in danger in the days ahead. The Silver Ravens maintained numerous hideouts within Cantargo's walls during the Civil War. I have located one such site, the chambers below a building known today as the Fair Fortune Livery. If you're reading this, I was unable to seek further answers there myself. Gather heroes to your side, my son, and search below the livery. There, if my research is correct, you will find something to teach you more of the Silver Ravens and their legacy. Do not let my death be in vain. Stand up for Cantargo. Bring the Silver Ravens back to life.
Alright, I hand the letter over to someone else so they can read it as well.
Kane will take
And
it.
I look towards Rexus was his name, and I say
Rexus. Victicora.
I heard a rumor about this place. I think that there were noises or something. Was that you, or was it the person who wrote this letter, or something else perhaps?
He says that he hasn't gone to the livery himself, but that he intends to, and if you five will help him.
Is this where
But he
your
hasn't
father
heard
died?
the rumor. He shakes his head and says, No, my family name is Victicora. Unfortunately, my parents likely died, well, I had thought that they had died in the when our estate was burned down. My mother I am not too sure about. She had time to write this.
Well, perhaps Arshea has put me on the path to help. I will most certainly help.
Kane
Thank
says
you. Thank you, my good sir.
maybe your family's house burning down was an accident, and she knew it was coming. Kane will nod and he says, "I've always strived to protect the city. The forces at bay are corrupting it. Need to be stopped. I'll help you."
It sounds like a real direction forward to try and correct the outrageous laws that Thurn has passed. His reign needs to come to an end.
I'll go
Yeah,
with
but
you there for now.
to also go, I have long pursued the mystery of Le Corbeau d'Argent, the Silver Ravens. Perhaps they can be revitalized and a movement can be had.
And my
Thank you.
axe.
Yeah, and my act. He says, Thank you. I understand that this is a lot to ask for. But if we don't do something, I fear that no one will.
We shall be but the first ripples that will become a tsunami crashing upon the shores of their totalitarian government.
Do you only speak in metaphors, sir? Wait, are you a dude? I don't remember.
Yeah.
It is how
I
I
can't tell with gnomes
express myself.
and French.
It is art.
I'm
All gnomes
more
are the
simple
same to
Your
me.
folk myself.
character's
From
name's
the
him in Napoleon. This short
from
man
the
complex.
farms. Yeah.
There is art in the farm work.
I'm glad you see it, so perhaps we will get along and I'll learn to speak like you do. All fancy.
But of course, mon ami. I'd take a drag.
Ugh. I waved the smoke out of my face.
Oh, so sorry, mon capitaine. I blow in the other direction.
It ruins the skin.
Well, you know, smoke is attracted. It goes in the direction of beauty.
Shit. Shit. Smoke
Shit,
out of my
baby.
face.
That seems to be everywhere as a smoking zone around you. If you know what I mean. You fancy man.
I'm glad you noticed. Huh.
But yeah, I
But-
am in agreement with what this guy's laying down.
Yeah, I tell him as well about, like I said, I heard a rumor that people have been hearing strange noises coming from that livery. And if it wasn't you, then we should be aware that something's in there making those noises probably.
Yes, safe to say. And I know I am no adventurer myself, but I must see this through. This is why I'm asking for your help.
You are a man of conviction. I admire that.
These people deserve
He
freedom.
tells you. Oh, yes.
Oh my god. Do you mean yourself or actual freedom?
That's the fun part.
You will never figure it out.
Oh, I should probably have my characters.
Well, he tells you that if you guys need to rest or get your other like adventuring equipment or anything that you do have, that you can go do that, and that when you're ready, he'll show you. He'll accompany to the Fair Fortune livery.
One single rest will
I'm
get rid
ready
of
now.
non-lethal damage, yes?
Yeah,
An hour.
I mean, I think you can.
every
I think you
hour.
can heal that over like you heal like 1 an hour or something like
One
that.
hour?
So
Well,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
got 10 non-lethal, so unless somebody wants to heal me, I'm wounded.
I don't think anyone can heal you, can we?
No.
No.
Freedom wears his battle
You're the
bruises
cleric.
with pride.
Also, I need to go get
But,
my
you know, a
armor
paladin.
and my shield and my weapons.
You're such a diva. Go get to it already. I have all my stuff with me.
Freedom fought an unfair fight and still like came out pretty alright.
Yeah, and didn't try to murder anyone.
Whereas Caleb
True.
came out swinging and immediately.
Hey, I'm new to this city, these city folk people. I don't know your ways.
Where I come
You
from,
don't
we just
settle
murder
scraps
people.
with scythes?
We do.
Well, that's the dangerous thing about Caleb is he's a farm boy, but he has an 18 strength. He's like super buff.
He's
Yeah.
Paul Bunyan.
Yeah, I don't have any supplies that I can go get that would be helpful here.
So, I'll go to where I've been staying to get my armor and shield and weapon. How many hours do you suppose would pass before I meet back up with them?
Well, if you're recovering HP at 1 non-lethal per hour, then it's going to be a while. And by that time, curfew on the city is going
Well,
to...
yeah, that's
We should just
It's
rest.
gonna
no. She's
happen.
not saying we're gonna wait the entire time
saying, how long does
necessarily.
it
She
take
was
to
asking
travel?
how. She was asking how many hours would it be, like, so that she knows how much Subdual would heal if we like win today.
Yeah, I wanna heal a little bit.
I would say that you could heal off like 5 points of subdual damage and still leave you guys like time to go there and check it out.
Okay. That'll be more ideal. I'll do that.
Okay. Well, during those
I mean,
5 hours, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, I need help finding my father."
Where's my father?
Have
you seen my
I'm gonna ask
father?
for like any news about like bandits in the local area raiding farms. Like,
I'll say,
Oh
good
man,
luck.
did you hear about the Walker farm? Burned down.
what my that's my
Oh.
farm. What do you mean? It burned? I just left there this morning.
They say the rioters went outside the city gates and burned down one of the
What?
farms.
Uh, what? That's all I had. That's my entire livelihood. And my
Burnt
father.
to a crisp.
Oh no, he's gonna kill me.
Oh no.
It's your fault. He's gonna kill you.
I didn't protect the house. I don't know what to do.
Well, perhaps if you rescue him, he will
Well, I go
forgive
back.
you.
Yeah, I actually
They
just go
said
back
they didn't
during
even
the
find any bodies.
several hours to go back and find like the get my quarterstaff. Really, is the only thing I need to get.
Yeah, no one was
that I already
there.
have.
I'm gonna make sure that Caleb becomes Batman.
Yeah, so out of character, like I'm pretty sure we don't want to go on any kind of adventure to find my father, but like in character, that's what my character would want. So I know you're trying to like push me away from that. I don't know how much I can just
Actually-
like forget about it though.
He's like
What's-
Batman, but he's Batman in that College Humor skit where they where he like shoots someone and they're like, Jesus
Well,
Christ,
it's-
Batman, you just killed somebody. He's like, no, I didn't.
No, I know we'll have a lot of time. Like it's not something that we're not gonna do. I've like Kane like here's your story and he's like I want to help, but there's if we could figure out what the Silver Ravens or where they are, maybe they can help us find your dad or figure out what happened.
That's
So-
true. If they captured him and
They're
well,
they're
you
they're
saw
an
how I
organi-
am in fights.
Yeah, they're
I don't
they're
have
an
much hope.
organization. They might have more power to help or know what's happening more.
I mean,
than
if
we
they
do.
exist, there's just rumors of them. They haven't been seen or heard in years, 100 years. But I agree, trying to get help first and figure out how to protest the government. He'd want me to do that. Maybe even more than rescue him. It's what we believe in, is righteous laws, lawful laws, not these unlawful laws.
Laws of the land.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so during
I'll do
this
it.
time, I'm gonna go back and gather my my equipment that I wouldn't have had with me at the protests, mostly just my
Yep, Rexus
quarterstaff.
shakes your hand, Caleb.
Okay.
He
Yeah,
says,
and I just came to the
"If
city
there's
today,
hope."
so I don't even have anywhere I'm staying or anything. All my stuff's on me. I walked into
I have
this
hope
unknowing.
that my mother is still alive out there somewhere. And I have hope that your father is as well.
Thanks.
We will find them.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Speaking of missing people, there's a celebrity that's missing as well. And I also heard that there's prisoners being held in the Salix's salt works.
Mon Dieu.
Rexus shakes his head and says, there is no length to which Thrun will stop.
Yes.
I fear if we do nothing, then this will only escalate until Kintargo is a shadow of its former self.
It's possible our loved ones were captured and taken there. We should try and free them, even if the ones we care about aren't there. I'm sure they're not righteously prisoned.
Perhaps if we find the Silver Ravens, once we get enough people on our side, we could stage a prison break.
That would be worth a try, yes.
Rexus said,
That's
yes, and I do know someone whose name I will keep a secret for now, but who is well connected with secret organizations here in Cantargo that could help us. I will take you to them after we investigate the delivery.
okay. Let's go. Once everyone's back.
Okay, take a quick 5-minute break to get drinks or go to the bathroom.
Oh, we're gonna BRB?
Take shots.
Take
I will
shots.
practice my accent.
It's really good. It's like so good. Yeah. It's like I assume you speak some French.
No, I don't.
Okay,
But
you've said a few phrases at least.
right, that's just Google Translate doing its job. But thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's really good. It makes me kind of intimidated. I want to play a French chef sometime. I'm like, oh, I don't know, I can't do a French accent that well.
Oh, just don't move your lips that much and avoid H's, and you've pretty much got it.
Okay. The other
That's too
character,
much
Pluto,
thinking.
Pluto, you gave me the idea, if you're here, of the gnome or the mermaid oracle who has to sing.
Oh yeah.
I feel like there's a
I like it.
character there. Like when I play a bard, because Secret keeps telling me to play a bard, it'll be singing mermaid.
What,
I
Oh
like
wait, it'll be a
do
bard oracle, multi-class, I
multi-class?
guess.
I
Yeah,
do have a
something like
bard
that.
mermaid, but they are not an oracle. They're a stand-up comedian that specializes in put-down humor.
Not standing up. How do you
Exactly.
stand up when you're a mermaid?
They're a swim-up comedian.
Yeah. Fin up.
I remember a long time ago I made a merfolk bard, and the GM was trying to do. They didn't do it properly. They tried to do the beginning where like we lose a fight and get like captured, but it was like orcs or something attacking us, and they were doing lethal damage, and like I just took total defense, and I'm like, because I was like, there's no way we can take these orcs, but maybe somebody will show up and rescue us. So I'm gonna try to hold out as long as I can, and then my entire party bled to death while I was in total defense, and
Aw.
eventually I lost too. But yeah,
Gee.
he was like frustrated about it. I'm like, dude, just cutscene it. Like you should have started us already being captured. Don't throw us into a fight that we can't do anything in, because we'll invariably try to do something.
Right. Rage against the dying of the light.
Yeah. But if he
And
just
the-
skipped
and the
straight to
GM.
us being like in prison
I'm back.
or whatever, then it would have went a lot smoother.
What was that?
I was just talking about an old game
Talk
that
about
I
it.
played in. Where,
Silly level 1 situation.
Yeah, it was a level 1 situation. So the GM tried to do like a fight that we couldn't win. And
Oh, that kind of thing?
it dragged out too long, and people actually ended up dying that weren't supposed to, because it was just
Oh,
like,
no.
just get captured. And like I was like, the GM should have just put us directly in like the we're already captured
prison.
situation. Yeah, they should have just skipped.
What'd
Oh,
you
yeah,
do?
'cause
Did
you know
just
PCs are
end up,
always
like,
gonna resist.
retconning it? Or what?
Yeah, it's sort of like it's
Like
sort of
Mantis's
like
game.
the beginning of Mantis's game. You weren't there for that, Matt, but yeah, there was like a I
Cops.
can't remember exactly. There was like some
There were
police or
cops.
something like that that we like. Yeah,
Was that because we blew up the library, or was that later?
I think it was part of the blowing up the library thing.
Yeah, and there
Also,
were
he
cops
put
that
all
wanted
this
to
whole
capture
stuff.
us.
Yeah, he put all the whole stuff about us being in the school, but then tried to have us all expelled from the school on like the first session. And I'm like, what the hell?
I
was
actually
all
liked
that?
how that went.
Oh
No,
So
no,
I-
Isaiah needs to
like,
go to
thing-
school.
I didn't want to get
I
expelled.
like that too because
but,
we had Isaiah Goes to School, where I spent an entire session trying to get back into school.
Oh my god, that's like one of those
That was-
iconic sessions you never forget. Like,
I'll never forget
yeah,
Isaiah Goes
there's
to
a
School.
session where Ron turned against the whole party in your game.
Oh yeah,
There's,
that was funny too.
I'm
The
back.
Fier session,
Yep, welcome back.
and there's Isaiah Goes to School.
Is everybody back?
yeah.
I think well,
Raise your
Yeah, I think
hand
so.
if you're not back.
raise your hand if you're not back. Correct.
I think the only one who hasn't responded yet
Is
is
you.
Kane.
No, I
it's me.
said
I think
here.
Grim's here.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
we're good.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. So, yeah, you guys take your time, like, recovering from any subdual wounds that you guys had. And, Amon, why don't you go ahead and roll an intelligence check for me?
Sure.
You're thinking back on what you saw at the protest turned riot when Knox had taken quite the wound and recovered supernaturally quick from it.
Uh-huh.
Something about that definitely seems off and familiar to you, but you're having troubles like putting your tongue on it.
Okay.
But it might be something that you know about.
It might be something
Nox
devil
is a
related.
demon. Or devil.
No,
yeah.
not a demon. Definitely not a demon.
She's Cruella Deville.
Can I roll a knowledge planes as well, or
No, that was the knowledge check for it.
Oh, I give you your dagger back. I was like, is this yours?
oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Priscilla must have thought that you needed the dagger.
Okay.
Is this your bird?
Yes.
That's a smart bird you got there. Did you train her up from a chick?
No. In fact, she's the one that has trained me over the last couple years.
Whoa.
I raise one eyebrow.
Well then, that's
He's
a
talking
smart
crazy.
bird.
Let's just say she's a magical bird.
Interesting. I'll just not worry about it for now.
Yeah, I mean, after I go back and get my stuff, I'll come back. I'll actually have Priscilla like kind of sitting on my shoulder.
Yeah, I'll eye Priscilla suspiciously. Like, are you really teaching this wizard? Who I don't really necessarily know is a wizard, but are you teaching this guy how to do magics?
What kind of
I'm
bird
thinking
is
in
it?
my head.
It is a thrush. So
A
it's
thrush.
songbird.
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they actually can talk too. But let me see, where was the text for that? Like in the description in there, it said that like thrush familiars can speak, but it doesn't talk to you. It just chirps.
All right. So, yeah, once you guys are ready, Rexus will show you. He'll escort you to the Fair Fortune livery, which, if you go to the Cantargo map, is over here, down in the bottom right.
Wait, you're gonna make me go
Cantargo.
to a map?
I could share it with you.
Oh, there, okay.
Yes, easy.
Sorry, it's the thing you're pointed at there.
Yeah, down here at the bottom, right?
Okay.
Whee! There we go.
Oh yeah, and if I have my familiar like directly with me, I actually get alertness too, so my perception's higher
Oh, that's so good.
by 2. Yeah. So you get alertness.
I will mention, I didn't yet, that Caleb has very fair, like fine, fair features. You suspect he's not a pure human, and probably partially
Ooh.
elf. And that's also why his muscles aren't like bulging like a normal human would be with his strength. He has some elf strength in him.
Elf strength.
Elves?
Yeah, elves are super
Elf
strong.
No, I think
But-
they're actually not.
No, they don't. They don't.
Oh,
Wait, no,
I
they don't
counted
get a
this.
penalty though. They don't get a bonus or
penalty.
They're
penalty
just
to it.
normal.
But
Yeah,
they
yeah.
look
everybody else.
fair, but yeah, but they're
Yeah.
stronger with smaller
He's
muscles.
a lean muscle strong. He's like a track
Yeah,
runner
like
strong.
that.
Like Olympian in shape strong, not fucking bodybuilder
All
strong.
right. All right.
Yeah,
all
that's
right.
what I'm saying.
You don't fool me. I see
I
those
got you.
muscles.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, I have clear, visible muscles, but
Someone read the inheritance cycle.
I've been trying to convince Matt to let me be Aragon. I'm farmer boy. I need my blue dragon.
Yeah. Because
Nice.
they're strong, fast, and basically everything in that book series. I've read it like 20 times through.
One of the things that the player's guide does tell you about Barzillai Thrun is that there's rumors that one of his strongest allies is a blue dragon.
Yep.
Yep.
That's
So
The blue-
you have good luck with that if you want a blue dragon.
okay.
Yeah, you don't
cool.
recommend it.
Yeah, no. You
No,
can't
come on,
team
Not
let him
now,
try.
but later.
I'm not gonna
I
tell him
mean-
that he can't have it.
Yeah, I mean, if you get
I just
leadership, you
know,
might, you know.
I just know some things about blue dragons. And,
It could be
yeah.
a
Okay.
special blue dragon, a kind that flies in
Could
the air
be.
and suddenly becomes a full-grown adult.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie was terrible. I'm so
Oh,
pissed
okay.
at that.
Yeah.
To me,
Anyway.
to me, it's the equivalent of the Last Airbender movie. Like that's how bad it was compared to the book series.
So I watched that movie with my sister and actually had a blast, but we don't like the book either, so it was fine.
Had a
But,
good time, but don't like the movie.
No, because we like watching bad movies sometimes, but
Yeah.
during the entire time, like they had that scene where it's like a training montage and he's fighting the dragon and Brahms riding on the horse underneath it and somehow keeping up the entire time, and like from that point on I was like ranting about the horse, about how like why do we need the dragon? We got this freaking amazing horse that can keep up with the dragon. And
Yeah,
at the end of the movie, she says, "What horse can outrun a dragon?" And we're like, "Oh my god, it's fucking Brahms' horse can outrun a dragon. We've been over this." Like, and it made the movie for me.
Huh.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we doing?
Going to a
So
different
he
map
takes you
now.
to
Going to
Terra
the
Fortune
manor.
livery,
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Livery.
which I'm now going to share with you.
Ooh, okay. See our tokens. How fun.
Yep.
Yes.
So yes, you guys are up in the top left. Adjust the map to the size that you are comfortable with.
I should
Some of you
probably
may
just
still be loading to it.
put it into window mode and just like drag the window to take up my other
That's what I
monitor,
do.
too.
It's in windowed mode and I extend it through my desktops.
Yeah.
So, as most of your characters would know, the Fair Fortune livery was a slaughterhouse in the Red Roofs district's earliest days. And it was then remade into a stable under the direction of a now dead family.
Okay. And I heard rumors that there were sounds people were hearing from there, but when we get there, I'll listen for if I hear anything myself coming from it.
Okay, so we're here, so yeah, I'll listen in and
Yep.
And
I'll have my shield out, I'll have my sword out.
There you go.
Suddenly freedom looks less flamboyant and more like an actual paladin.
yeah,
Now he's serious.
no guards stopped us on the way here.
Nope, no guards.
That's good. Is the door already open a crack, actually?
It is a little
Looks like it
bit,
is
yeah.
on the map. Okay.
And from your guys' perceptions, you guys don't see anything that seems out of the ordinary at the moment.
Okay.
All right.
Shall we enter? The door open? It's ajar?
Oui.
Yeah, it's ajar.
I will be the brave one
Entree.
and step forward and look
I-
in.
I whisper to Priscilla to keep watch outside here. And Priscilla will kind of go and perch on top of the building. And then I'll move to the yeah, I'll move to follow everyone else. I have my quarterstaff out.
Kane will tell Rexus to stay behind him.
If I don't see anything immediately, I'll step all the way in.
Okay. And yeah, Rexus he'll stay behind you.
This place is huge.
Alright. It is pretty big. This aged stable leans slightly to one side, its roof precariously propped up by aged wooden walls. The air reeks of stale urine. Broken desks, scuffed tables, and torn chairs crowd the 13 horse stalls, all of which are covered with a healthy layer of dust. A grated off, let's see. I guess you guys haven't seen that part yet, so you gotta go deeper in.
Yeah, I love those descriptions.
Wah.
Okay, then... Alright, if nothing alerting or alarming,
Is there light in here?
Just from when you guys push open the door.
Just from the door. Okay.
open the doors all the way. I open the doors all the
Okay,
way.
you do
Sure.
that.
I like light. It's beautiful.
Oui. Especially when it is orange and blossoming.
Yeah, yes.
If I was my power.
You guys do hear and see something.
Oof, okay.
Two dogs start walking out from one of the big empty stables,
Oh no,
here,
they're
puppy
feral
and they like
dogs.
they just start barking at you. They're small dogs. They're just kind of yapping and barking and stuff right now.
I will walk
They don't look like they're very dangerous.
up to them to handle animal and see if I can get them to stop barking.
Okay, go ahead. Give me a handle animal. All right. Looks like you're getting them to kind of like
I'm like, shit's
settle
good.
down a bit.
It's alright. Yeah, we're friends. You know, I'm changing the attitude of like, maybe I got something for you.
Mm-hmm. It looks like you are. However, you hear a much louder bark,
Uh-oh.
and these dogs like lower their ears as they hear their alpha.
Huh.
And this dog shows up. And this is bigger.
Oh
This
god.
is like the size of a mastiff. Like it's medium sized.
It's a gigantic chihuahua. A dire chihuahua.
And this one keeps barking very nastily.
I'll go handle that one too. Shh. Be quiet, dog. What do you... It's alright. Don't worry about it. I
I'll
got
just
some
hang back
food.
here and
Maybe I got some rations here in my pocket. I'm gonna
grip my
pull
staff
out
ready for
some-
trouble.
Pull out some food for you. Oh, not as good.
Yep, you try to
King
handle
will
it,
pull out
but
his
this one
bow.
like it kind of lunges at you, like
Ah.
trying to bite the hand that is trying to soothe it.
Doesn't it
And
know not to bite the hand it feeds?
go ahead and roll initiatives.
Aw. Alright.
I was gonna say that Pluto too.
Alright, I'm
Do
ready
you
to do
bite
level
the
1
hand that
wizard
feeds
things.
you?
I almost rolled twice. Out of habit.
Ooh, I'm the initiative beast. Look at me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess since I was like trying to handle them and whatnot, I might have had my shield on my back, so I'll
Is there any
swap.
way to check distance on this?
Yeah.
There
If
is.
you hit
You can
the
set up a
left and right
pointer.
click at the same time, it makes a pointer.
Or that, yeah.
Wait, what was it? Sorry.
Left
Both
and
mouse
right click
buttons at the same time.
and then drag, it'll make a pointer and measure. And you can even move the pointer around from that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you can rotate it as well.
If you're gonna target
You
it,
can adjust it.
it'll give you a measurement as well.
That's true too. Yeah, if you have your token selected and control click something, it'll tell you how far away it is from the center of your token
Okay.
to the center of their token.
Sweet. I just wanted to
So it
make sure
doesn't
it's in my
work-
pose range.
Yeah, it's not quite as effective for
As
measuring
good.
distance
Yeah.
when it's a large creature or something because it measures from center to center. But
It looks like he
generally
revealed
it's
the
pretty good.
target buttons at the top. So actually, at the top of the map, there is target buttons. So if controlling
can
is
use the target
complicated for
buttons if
you,
you
you
want.
can try that.
Yeah, there's a target mode.
Yeah, I see.
Alright, well yeah,
All right,
Freedom.
cool.
You're up first. This dog is feral and barking and angry.
Okay. Are we?
So what do you do?
Oh,
You go
you
first.
should set the rounds to 1 and then
Oh,
give me my
right, I
turn.
forgot to do that. Let's see. How do I clear it?
Or you just click in it and type the number you want.
In
Round.
rounds? That's
Yeah.
weird. I can't actually get in there.
That's how I do it. I highlight it, click and highlight it.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it did it.
Cool.
Round one.
Well, I'm going to pull out my shield. And back away. 5, 10, 20. And I'm saying, quiet, dog. It's all right.
Okay. And Caleb. Is that your turn, by the way, Freedom?
Yes.
Alright, Caleb, it's your turn. There's a very angry feral dog here
Yeah,
barking, while the others are
see.
cowed over here for the time being.
I'll move up to try and help. Although 5, 10. Can we lock tokens? I think that's 20 feet. And that's how far I can actually move with armor on. I might have gone like 25 or something earlier. Actually, we were in difficult terrain, so I probably just completely screwed up movement earlier. But no, let's not worry about that. I move up and I ready in action to
This is difficult
strike the
terrain?
dog if it comes into range. No, in
No,
the
he was talking about earlier.
No,
crowd.
he's
For
talking about
me,
the other
it
combat.
was.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, actually I'm ready in action to. No, wait. I don't have to. I'll intimidate the dog. Yeah.
I'm actually not sure how to lock the tokens.
So you right click on somebody's token, and you should see like a lock.
Oh, okay. Bop, you're locked now. Have fun.
And then if you want to approve
Okay.
token movements, you have to hit your middle mouse button
Oh, it's not
over
within
the token
30.
that
God
you're
damn it.
approving.
Okay.
Okay. It's not in range, so I'm gonna ready in action to intimidate the dog if it gets in within 30 feet of me.
Okay.
That.
Kane.
He readies an action to shoot this dog if it like goes to bite anybody. If it
Okay.
goes to attack anybody. With his bow. And that's his turn.
Then Kane and Caleb, you can take your raid actions because it's going to charge Freedom.
Alright, well at least it's making the first move.
Is there a penalty to demoralize if they're like not your same species? Because I don't see that here, but
They have
maybe
to
it's somewhere
understand
else.
your language, I think.
I don't see that
It
here.
doesn't say that on demoralize opponent.
No.
It just says
Intimidate, though?
I thought
Does
that
it
was the
say
case
that in
too, but I went to
Intimidate?
look it up.
Well,
Well, I'm looking
demoralize
at the
influence
intimidate.
on intimidate.
Yeah,
you're
I'm looking at the
same
intimidate page, and it
Yeah.
says demoralize opponent. You can use a skill to cause them to become shaken for a number of rounds. DC
Yeah.
is 10 plus hit die plus wisdom modifier, and if they're successful, they're shaken. Doesn't say anything about. It does say if you retry it, each additional check increases the DC by +5.
Ah.
Okay, well, anyways, 21 versus 10 plus hit die plus wisdom.
Yep, that'll shaken it for 2 turns.
You can demoralize the same creature, but
Okay.
it only extends the duration, doesn't make it further.
Does my hit-
And the 12
does
to
my-
hit,
Shaken.
that actually does not hit it.
Alright.
Just misses it.
Even while
It
it's
moves
charging.
and... Oh, that's right, it is charging. That actually will hit it then. Go ahead and you can do your damage.
That's his damage.
Okay. Also make sure I adjusted its health, but if you can, target it. And it is going to, yeah, attempt to bite Freedom.
Oof. Ow.
It tries to trip you.
No.
Yeah. Angry feral dog. Rawr.
No, dog, no.
Alright, I'm on.
Uh,
This is a very angry doge.
yeah. You had the shaken penalty on it, right?
Yeah, but it's charging, so it has a +2
To
to
offset it.
retroactively
Dang,
get.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
But its AC is
I'm
lower.
going. Yeah, but I don't think I can do anything with that. Like I could. Okay, so hold up a minute. Maybe I can. What is it doing? Okay. I don't think there's anywhere I can really move. Does this put me in a spot where I can shoot without having to deal with cover if I move down here?
Yeah, there won't be any cover.
It'll be into melee still, so I'm getting a -4, but
Yeah.
at least I mean, if I have to do that and cover, then it's gonna be pretty tough. Okay, so I'm going to shoot an acid splash at this thing. All right.
You hit it. Ouch. Bam. Acid.
Level 1 wizard things. And that's my turn.
Yep, indeed. Alright, Leon. This big ol' mastiff-sized dog is, yep. It's biting.
Yeah, he does not like that. He regrets that his cousin isn't here because he has a way with animals, but he does not possess that same kinship with them. However, it looks like people are wailing on it and it'll go down soon, so he will just kind of be on standby, but he won't actually do anything at the moment.
Okay, you can hold your action if you want. Just let me know
He'll,
if you decide to pick it up.
at the most, I'll move 15 feet to right there, and that'll be my turn. Just to kind of reposition myself a bit.
Okay. Rexus, yeah, just stays behind Kane for now. The dogs don't, they don't do anything for now. Freedom, it's your turn.
That hurt, dog.
Yeah.
I see the others stepping up, though.
And we're not gonna let a feral dog bite you all on your own. We want to get bit too.
I say, I drop my longsword.
Oh, not on you.
Oh, I'm not charging. No, no, no.
I think I have to get this on the dog.
Oh, you gave it his... You don't have to
There we go.
target him to do that. You can just drag them. Drag the effect onto him. But you
Okay.
made it his turn now, so...
I can just drag this back up, I think.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. You want to take charge off of me?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
And I'm gonna say, don't kill this dog, and I'm gonna punch it.
Alright. Give me a punch.
And that'll provoke.
You hit it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna provoke? Oh, jeez. Okay.
Oh, I didn't have my non-lethal turned on.
Now...
Can you turn that to... Oh, it is non-lethal. Okay, cool.
It's
Yeah, it's not lethal. I don't remember. Does it still get the charge attack on attacks of opportunities for that round?
Yes, it gets... Well, oh... No.
I don't.
Probably
no,
not.
I don't think it does.
I don't
right?
think by Pathfinder rules it does, but the effect.
I'm gonna
Because
give it
the
a
bonus is
-2
because
then
of
to
your
attack.
momentum, and he's no longer in momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully this should only be a +1 to hit, but yeah, it's gonna try and bite you back.
Yay.
Okay, it misses. Yeah, you punch it, and it looks like it's almost down.
I say it's just an innocent
Caleb.
feral dog. Does not deserve to die. It has pups.
The attack bonus and AC penalty apply until the start of your next turn.
Oh, well then.
Okay, well it didn't hit him
Still
anyway.
misses, yeah.
But
No, okay.
sorry,
Alright, I
I
didn't know
like
that.
just looking up stuff like that to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Not saying we need to change things or anything like that. I'll 5-foot step over here, and I'm gonna study this dog as a move action, and I'm gonna power attack it as my standard action.
Caleb's
And-
not hearing any of Freedom saying we don't need to kill this dog, and saying no, we definitely do.
Swing
the
the
dog's
size, power
bitter.
attack it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care. I miss anyways. I'm crazy
Wow.
wild with the scythe. You've never seen someone this dangerous. in
Yeah,
combat.
Yeah, I know, right?
More dangerous to himself than the things he's attacking.
Boy, are we in trouble.
I have a +5. I'm just rolling bad, okay?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Maybe this is Zerdurian
Alright,
session.
Kane.
This feral dog
Yeah.
is unlawful. This is my Deirdre character. Except instead of being hit on AC... Actually, no, I was crit already. Yeah, no, this is my Deirdre.
Scott like running around like 24 AC and getting hit by everything anyway.
Yeah, not quite that much, but...
Kane's turn. He's just gonna radiant action for if it comes anywhere near, within 30 feet of him. He'll shoot
Okay.
it. He's kind of taking his on himself to protect the guy that's like leading us right now.
No, that's actually a smart thing to do. Alright, let's see. Does this dog continue to fight?
It's an
Okay.
alpha.
It says that the half-starved dog, yeah, it's basically,
It's hungry.
it fights. But it's still shaken since, whatchamacallit, Caleb demoralized it real good.
Maybe it bites at the thing doesn't have shield in its face. Wink, wink.
Well, you hit it.
Darn it. Okay, fine.
Plus, paladins like getting hit. This is what they live for.
No. Yay.
I see it missed you. It's barking and biting away. I'm on.
I'm gonna move over here with my staff. And I'm
Alright.
going to do the most valuable thing a wizard can ever do. And that is...
Do nothing?
Provide a flank
sort
with
of.
his staff.
I'm going to provide a flank, and I'm going to do an aid. I'm going to attempt to do an attack for an aid versus AC 10.
Oh my
So I guess
goodness.
I don't actually want to target this thing, but I think
It's a
I still get
brave
the
wizard.
flanking bonus on the aid check, right?
I think you have to be
yeah, you do.
adjacent to your ally to get aid.
Nope, I just need to. I was looking at it. We just need to be
Oh,
threatening
okay.
the same target. In melee combat, you
Okay.
can help a friend or defend by striking or fearing an opponent. If you're in a position to make a melee attack on an opponent that is engaging a friend in melee combat, you can attempt to aid as a standard action.
Nice.
As long as it happens before the beginning of my next turn. So I'm gonna try to aid Freedom because I think I'd rather have Freedom knock this thing unconscious than Caleb murder it. And I'm just gonna roll an attack roll with my quarterstaff versus AC 10. Looks like I got it. So Freedom gets a +2 bonus from aid and also a flanking bonus.
Wee.
And that's my turn.
Pretty nice.
I'm over here distracting the dog.
Yep, you sure are. Leon.
I will continue to just kind of stay in the area, but I will move forward a little bit.
Okay.
And that is what I will do.
Rexus will also remain behind Kane. The dogs stay over there. Back to Freedom.
So a +4 to hit. I'm gonna try to knock it out.
You hit it. You roll the damage.
There you go. And then I tell Caleb,
There you go.
stop!
Nice.
It is fine. You do not need to kill this animal.
Well, I mean, it's unconscious now. That's different than before, where it's biting at you and you're like super
I'm glad
hurt.
we agree. I'll pick up the dog and I'll take it over to what seems to be its maybe pups. And I'll pull out some rations that I have in my bag and I'll feed it to the pups and lay this dog down.
Okay. You put the dog over there, and they're more whatchamacallit, they don't bark and snap at you, and they start to eat the things that you give them, the rations.
Okay.
And they kind of lick the bigger dog.
And I just walk away and I let beauty and nature take its course.
Yay! You do that.
Go pick up your longsword again.
Yeah, that too. I'll get my longsword.
Well, now that you're deeper into it, now you do see a grated off alcove along the southeast wall.
Okay.
That's this thing right here.
Yes.
I'll allow everybody to know that I'm rather hurt.
I
but
wish
you
I had something I
are
could give you
wounded.
to help.
Mm.
For now, maybe just hang back, I guess.
Yeah, I'll put
Once
away
we are-
my sword and shield and pull out a short bow.
Rexus approaches you, Freedom, and he offers you a salve to heal your wounds.
Oh. Well, that would
You
make
take
me
these
more
wounds
useful.
on my behalf, and I must repay your kindness.
Drink the salve.
I drink
Dragon
the
Age style.
salve.
It's a
I guess it's
a
a
potion of cure light wounds.
it's a poultice.
Do you want me to roll?
Dragon Age Origins. But yeah.
Do you want me to roll? I don't know, whichever's good.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's level 1 then. 1d8 1.
Yep, it's a 1d8+1. There you go. There's some help back.
Ooh, and that takes care of the subdued.
That heals-
I'm healed.
Yeah, it does double duty.
I'm good to like full working. I put the bow away. I pull back my shield and sword.
Rexus says he does have a couple more of those, and that he does have some minor magic he can use to help you guys.
Okay.
Is he carrying a weapon at
Oh,
all?
cool.
He has
No,
a.
they lose.
You don't see him carrying a weapon. He just has a cane with him.
Okay.
Maybe it's a sword cane.
Maybe it's Kane Arakai. Orkai.
Maybe it's just a club.
Maybe it's
Kane Lord, okay.
Maybelline.
I got it. Yeah, it's
so it's
Orakai
dark back
from
here.
like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
more
so
further
let me
from the door.
describe that room.
Because if so, I'll pull
When you
out
say Orakai,
a
is that
torch.
supposed to be like Urukai?
And if you
Yeah.
guys want to like look around the
Okay.
stables,
I
now
spelled it a
like
little
the dog
different.
situation is
Okay.
handled,
Cool.
you guys can roll me
Yeah.
perception checks.
Yeah, let's check it
Yeah,
out.
I light a torch as well and use that to help us look around.
Oh my god.
Have no
I
fear.
mean, I'm glad you guys are
freedom is
rolling
here.
well. Yeah, you're getting a lot of 20s.
It's stuck on the 20.
I got like an oversized
Nice.
D20 that I'm kind of sad that it's a spin down dice though. It's like
Oh
dang it.
yeah.
So those ones it's always sketchy because like people can if you practice you probably can like roll high rolls on them because all the high rolls are clustered together.
Yeah. Okay, so this like graded off part, you know this is a killing floor.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, like, because it's a slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse.
This used to be a slaughterhouse, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you'd load a creature or an animal into the hallway and lock it in place with its head in the gate, and then someone would come and slaughter it.
And Caleb's over there like, see guys? You're supposed to kill animals here.
I mean, that's what
That's
we do
funny.
on the farm when animals run its course, then we use it for meat. Don't you do that in the city too?
So does that mean that you are going to cook the dog?
Oh no, I mean we eat normal animals like cows and chickens. Dog is
I see.
not particularly good meat, though I'm sure some folk around me do. My family's always been well enough off we haven't needed to resort to such dirty measures.
So what is it? Freedom and Leon. Uh, this stable is mostly filled with worthless junk, but you guys do see that it looks like there's some kind of platinum ring nailed to one of the rafters 15 feet above, and that looks like it could be valuable.
Very well. Let's see. Does it look like there's any like long poles or sticks around?
Yeah, there's some things.
Okay.
Some broken
Like,
things,
does
though.
it? Okay. I'm just looking to see if there's like any poles or sticks that look like they'd be long enough to like knock it off of where it is.
Not quite 15 feet tall. There's also,
Alright.
yeah, some of these rooms over here, too.
I guess what he'll do then, Leon, he will mutter under his breath, shuffling around, and he'll pull out a little vial with a cry of triumph, like, aha! And he'll drink it.
Alright, you
And
drink it.
his skin will change from like a brown color to, you'll see like subtle patterns begin to go over it, and he will cling to the side of the wall and then began to, scamper up its sheer surface towards the ring.
Oh, okay.
So I now have a climb speed.
Oh, nice. Is that a monkey fish?
Nope, that is my chameleon mutagen.
Oh, nice. You climb up there then,
Yep, I scrabble after it and I
and you see a signet
grab the
ring
key.
nailed to one of the
Alrighty.
rafters.
Is it possible to grab the ring?
Yep, you do.
Alright, I'll snag it and I'll look around to see if there's like any particular purpose why it might be up here.
You're not sure why. It doesn't seem like there's any particular purpose at the moment. This platinum signet ring that was nailed up here.
Okay. Well, after grabbing it, I'll scurry back down.
I'll say that some of you guys are probably checking out these other areas over here, and these two at the top right are like offices.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. Each one of these offices are mostly empty. They contain an old desk, a chair, and some empty cupboards. But with your previous perceptions before, you do see that. Well, first of all, you find that there is a single key at the back of one of the drawers in the desks, and that
Charging
there
battery.
are small little footprints crisscrossing the floor, desktops, and the cupboards.
Hmm.
Oh, and the grate or the gate to the killing floor is locked.
Oh. I didn't want to go there anyways. Or do we? I don't know.
And Rexus is searching around too as well.
We must not leave a single corner unsearched.
Yes, I suppose so.
Freedom, do you mention anything about the key that was found?
Wait, there's a key? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Yes, I grab a key. And,
Yep, found it in one of the offices.
oh, yeah, okay. Perhaps this key will unlock it.
Perhaps that is a very astute assessment. I also found this ring. It's a platinum, which is very valuable. We can split what it is worth amongst us.
Ah, well, if it's a signet ring, it has a symbol on it. Perhaps it belongs to somebody.
Perhaps, but I am not familiar with the bourgeoisie, the nobility of this place.
I'll do a
neither.
knowledge nobility on it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll have them check it out.
$22.
You recognize the signet ring as being a signet ring of the Juliac family, which Rexus can confirm with you, and that was the family that owned the Fair Fortune livery last.
Hmm.
Okay.
Is that family still around in Cantargo?
He shakes his head and says, "Unfortunately, that family is dead now."
So there's nobody really to claim this ring.
Nobody I know of.
Yeah, I hand it back to Leon.
I'll pocket it and say, I will hold on to this for now. Perhaps it could be, a token of
You do think it's pretty valuable?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, I guess I'll quickly appraise it. If I got that.
You could roll it untrained. Ooh, okay. Pretty close. Do you think this is worth like at least 200 gold pieces, if not more?
Alright. I'll put that in the inventory.
So what did you guys do with the key? I know someone was asking someone for it.
Oh, I was gonna open.
Oh, okay. Well, Freedom, you step towards the grate, and sure enough, the key does open it.
Very nice.
And now that you have the grate opened and you look further inside, along this western wall, there is there's a door that is hanging partially open on decayed hinges. And it looks like it's supposed to be a trapdoor, but it's just so old that it's kind of like rotted open.
Trapdoor up or down?
To the side actually.
To the
It's like
side.
going into the wall.
Oh.
To the windows? To the wall?
Okay, I will lead the way with shield and sword out.
Okay, you do.
I'll have my quarterstaff put away and have that. Whoops. Have my torch out and have that cold iron dagger back out.
This old workroom houses numerous old slaughterhouse tools, veterinary equipment, and woodworking tools, all of which are covered with a thick layer of dust through which strange tracks and patterns have been traced. Heavy mallets, crumbling ropes, and tools for restraining animals hang from pegs in the walls or rest atop leaning tables.
I'm gonna look around.
Okay.
Likewise, and if I see these tracks, am I able to identify them?
You might be able to. Freedom, yeah, you see these little tracks around here. But do either of you have knowledge nature?
I do not. That is something that my archetype gets rid of.
This does not have religious significance. I can tell you that much.
Therefore, it is worthless.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah,
No,
knowledge
I
nature's
don't-
not one I picked up
I
yet.
don't have enough skill points, so I'm not the knowledge bot. I guess we don't have one. People,
What knowledge?
About
knowledge
I mean, wizard
nature is a
knowledge,
good
but-
one to
nature.
have.
I don't have
Yes,
knowledge of
but-
nature, unfortunately, as an urban ranger.
Yeah, no.
I will take it.
Oh,
I will take it.
no.
I will add to it next level though.
But the
But
farm guy
I'm
doesn't
a
have
slayer.
knowledge.
We don't
nature.
know anything about natural things. Sorry, GM.
Oh my god.
That's okay.
It wasn't on the
So
background
you guys
list.
do find, without much trouble, because it's been propped open, there is another trapdoor here. And this one leads down,
Oh,
like down into the floor.
Oh.
Ooh.
down is
Yep,
interesting.
it is
Is
propped
dark
open by a
down
block
there?
of wood. It's darker, yeah.
Yeah, I have a torch, so I'll bring the torch over to use to try to peer down the trapdoor.
You put a
Just
short
a-
torch down there, just to peer down, and you see it opens up into a 15-foot deep shaft with a ladder.
Ooh. Why are we here again?
Uh,
We're
Alright.
looking for somebody.
We're looking for a hideout. This is probably
oh,
the
a
hideout.
hideout specifically. Okay.
An old Silver Raven's hideout. If ever there was a place for a secret hideout to be, this is it.
not so secret anymore, no? The door, it is open.
Did we check to see
Yeah, it
how
was already
recent
open.
that was?
I don't know if
think
there's
we
any way to
did,
tell.
No. If we knew nature.
uh, but I will still
But
check for
Rexus
traps,
does get
no?
excited when you find the this other trapdoor. He says, "It is as my mother wrote to me, to check below the livery."
Well, wait, if we see
one
tracks here
moment.
of like a creature, we would see evidence of other tracks, and we don't. So. Or do we? Because we rolled kind of
Perhaps
bad.
it is one singular creature.
Well,
Yeah,
did
you're
your
not
mother
sure if
write a
it's-
letter? Did your mother write a letter to something else, or someone else? Because it looks
He
like someone
shakes his
else has
head
already
and
been
says
here.
he doubts it. Well, you said that you heard a rumor about strange
Yes,
noises. Perhaps it was not just these dogs.
maybe.
Then let us be careful going down there. On alert, no? And I would like to check for traps along the trapdoor, just in case.
Okay.
I
It
mean,
is,
it's in the
after all,
name.
a trap doll. It is a trap door.
Indeed.
Alright, I root around.
You look around and you don't see anything dangerous.
I'll put my weapon
That-
away and my shield on my back and look at the others. Shall we go down?
Yes, but I
Yeah,
will
we
go
better.
first. But quiet, just in case. Do you mind if I scout ahead?
I eye you suspiciously.
Go for it.
How dark
Just
does it
it.
look down there?
Darker.
It's like pitch
You
dark.
need some light.
I'm holding the torch over to give us light down into the shaft right now.
If anything were to happen,
Although if you have dark
you
vision, that works too.
holler.
Yeah, I have dark vision, but yeah.
That would be
Oh,
20
fancy.
total as I go down, since I still got that bonus from my mutagen going on.
Okay.
So I'll stealthily go down there, just to the base of the ladder, and take a look around.
He went down.
Yay.
He chose down.
If you want to do
Wrong
like curvy
choice.
reveals, if you hold shift while you're doing the reveal,
Okay.
you can be specific, yeah.
Good. Yeah, I need to watch Labyrinth again. That's such a good movie.
Oh yeah. We should watch it together on Discord.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, it'd be fun. All right. Well, you go down here. You go down here, Leon, and you immediately, like, your senses are assaulted because there's just this eye-watering stench of urine and feces that fills this room.
Yum.
And you see nests made of chewed crates and barrels lining the walls, while rusty knives and hooks cover the tabletops. And you can see already from here that these are rats' nests. And you can see uh, some of them scurrying about.
He holds his nose and says, Mon Dieu, it is like the sewer down here. In typical French fashion. And he calls up, well, at a cursory glance, I don't see anything down here with me besides the smell, right?
Right. Did you roll a perception?
No, I guess I did not. I will do that now.
Yep, go ahead. Okay. You see that while there are normal-sized rats in here, that there are some very large ones
Oh,
that haven't noticed you.
okay. I guess I'll crawl back up the ladder to the others. How many rats of large size do I believe there are?
Of
Larger.
unusual
Rodents of
size?
unusual size.
Yes, how many rodents of unusual size?
3.
3. All right. If possible, I would like to go back up the ladder.
You do.
All right, and I'll whisper to them. There are 3 rats roll downs, a very large size down there.
Hmm.
I could take care of them. No, unlike the dog. Do you think that we should spare the rod?
You think a rat's gonna attack you?
They might have very ill temperament.
Um, perhaps we can all
They
just
might have been very
pass
angry
by them,
rats.
and if they attack, then
Very well, mon capitaine. Shall we go?
yeah, I'll lead the way.
Okay.
Very well.
You lead the way, Freedom, and you get to experience the bog of eternal stench that is
Yes.
down here, basically.
And I'm clinking and making noises, so my arrival's pretty obvious.
Oh yeah, you start to hear the squeaking and the rustling of many rats down here, but it's the hissing of these bigger ones that eventually kind of gets your thing. I'm gonna let 2 more people go down and get on the floor with you. I'm gonna assume it's probably Kane and Caleb, since they're the other melee-ish persons, and Rexus, Leon,
Sure.
and Amon will be up here for right now. And next session, we'll start with this down here, exploring the
Mhm.
Okay. That's right,
the
it is
below
pretty late.
layer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10
All
o'clock.
right.
But I think we did pretty good for now. This is where we'll end the
Cool.
first session. I'll give you guys
Yeah.
experience.
I'm glad I
Sweet.
didn't get permanently locked in jail.
Yeah.
I could have died this session.
I could have.
Yeah,
Yep.
that
Well,
was
I'm sure we all
I
That
don't
was-
know about died.
that was kind of your own fault though. He was gonna attack you non-lethally, but you're like,
Yeah.
I'm
I also
I'm
thought
Caleb.
I'd be strong.
I'm a madman.
I'm a killer.
I'm a level 1 Pathfinder character. I need to remember.
And yeah, we are using medium progression, so you guys got a good chunk this week.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bonus XP during the protest for you guys succeeding at those rolls.
Yeah.
You guys got a lot
That's
of
right. I
good
had pretty good
information too.
perception rolls. So not all my rolls were bad this session, just my attack
Yeah.
rolls. I don't think I hit
And
once.
there
I
was,
did not hit a single attack.
The whatchamacallit, the riot and like the fighting during the riot, you guys actually get XP not for defeating the dudes, but from not engaging the guards.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
had a feeling. That's why I didn't when the guard tried to grapple me. I didn't take an attack opportunity on him. I was like, nah, that seems like
It
a bad
didn't seem
idea.
like feasible. Once they stepped in, this
To fight the
combat
guard.
did not seem feasible
Yeah.
to continue.
Yeah. And if for whatever reason it said if you guys were still fighting, Nox would have sicked the Hellhound on you.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
And that is a
we would've been
potentially
a dead
very
party.
deadly
Yeah.
opponent for level 1 PCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd be playing other people who were at the riot after that.
Yeah.
Like, wow, did you watch
Yeah.
those idiots get eaten by that hellhound?
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would never do
Yeah,
we
that,
gotta be
though.
careful.
Yeah, it's like Rexus goes and talks to him. He's like, I saw that you didn't commit suicide by attacking suicide by guard, and I think that's the kind of restraint we need.
Yeah. Alright, well, I hope that was fun. I had a lot of fun, and I look forward to next week.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Quick
Yeah.
Yeah, for
question.
sure.
Where do you put the XP?
Oh,
It's automatic.
it's
You can automatically do
it's-
it.
I give it to you guys.
Oh, okay, cool.
It
But if you hit
keeps
the
track of it.
magnifying glass
You should see it on your
next
character
to
sheet,
where your
right?
class and level are on the main tab, it'll show you your total XP in there, and it'll also have an XP needed field, which you can put 1300 for how much you need for next level.
Cool beat. Thank you.
Wait, is it
Mhm.
1300 for medium progression? I thought it was 2000.
Oh, maybe it's 2000. I could be wrong.
I think it's 2000.
I think
Yeah.
it's 2000.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah, you
I
guys.
think
I was going off memory, but I guess I was remembering the fast progression.
What do you think, Drew?
Oh no,
What's
that
your
was
opinion?
I was just saying that, but I think it's 1300 because if I remember just from other APs that I played, but I'll look at it right now online.
Yeah, they already looked. It's 2000.
Yeah, for medium progression, where it's 2000 here, and that's what we're using for Hell's Rebels.
Yeah, it's
That's what it
1300
wants
for
us to
I
fast.
want to level now.
Yeah. So
It's my
things
level
might
and
get
I
a
want it
little.
now.
Things might seem a little slow because you guys are 5 people, and I have to divide this amongst five PCs.
Oh, that's fine. I don't mind being the
But
not
as
main
long as you
character at all.
guys do the stuff, I'm gonna make sure you guys aren't underleveled.
We rush
Cool.
straight to the boss.
I anticipate
Hey, that was our last
that
campaign.
by yeah, that was the last one. I anticipate that by the end of next session, you guys will have officially started the rebellion, or at least have the
Hell
beginnings
yeah.
of your organization.
Oh.
The new Silver Ravens,
Yeah.
or
Mhm.
whatever we decide to call it.
The
The new Silver Ravens.
Arshea's warriors.
The Platinum Ravens.
Yeah.
Nice. The Gold Ravens.
That's so
Or
Ravens.
the Platinum. I like it.
But yeah, had fun, and hope you guys have a good night. And I'll see Pluto in secret tomorrow morning. Ends are during.
Yay.
Yeah. Oh wait, are we playing Civ
All right.
tomorrow night too?
Yeah.
Is that
I
Saturday
assume
night?
so.
Alright.
Yeah.
Gonna
I don't know
close
anything
Fantasy
about what it is.
Grounds.
Yeah, Max said he'll